This is Audible.
The Mage in Black by Jaye Wells. Narrated by Cynthia Holloway. Copyright 2010 by Jaye Wells. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Orbit, a division of the Hatchet Book Group Incorporated, and was produced in the year 2010 by Tantor Media Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Chapter 1. The come-and-go's roadside chic interior was bathed in a sickly fluorescent glow. The aroma of stale smoke, urinal cakes, and rot-gut coffee had me breathing through my mouth on the way back to the ATM. It was my turn to pay for gas, so getting cash took priority over raiding the snack aisle for the moment. While I entered my code and waited, Adam chatted with the attendant at the front of the store. He glanced over and raised his eyebrows. I lifted a finger and took a moment to admire the way his ass filled out his jeans. Even after sitting in a car for 2 days straight, he still looked hot with his stubble and road-weary smile. Too bad the mage part made him off-limits. Before I got caught staring, I moved my gaze to the window. Adam's SUV and my cherry red Ducati provided the only scenery in the empty parking lot. The bike's 180 horses rested docilely on a trailer behind Adam's behemoth. Before we'd left California, he'd argued I wouldn't need wheels in New York, but I held my ground. That motorcycle was the only good thing left of my old broken life. Leaving it behind wasn't an option. A flash of white caught my attention as strikes landed on the roof over the gas pumps. The red-eyed owl had followed us all the way from California, and I assumed he'd be joining us in New York. I'd gotten so used to seeing him, I no longer questioned his reason for following me. He never caused trouble, which was more than I could say for my other companions on this road trip from hell. The headlights from a midnight black Mercedes lit up the window. It pulled in on the other side of Adam's car, so I couldn't see the driver get out. I waited to see if he'd come inside to pay, but loud beeping from the ATM grabbed my attention. I took the clump of 20s the machine spat out and stashed it in my pocket. Relieved the account still worked. Registered under a false name through a bank in the Caymans, the account held the bulk of my savings. When I'd set it up, it was a better safe-than-sorry measure. But now it was all I had left to my name. I was turning toward the front of the store when the 3 redheads came around the back of Adam's car. My heart sputtered and then kicked into overdrive. How'd they find me so fast? "Adam, we've got company!" With one hand, I reached for my waistband and grabbed for my gun. I cursed, realizing I'd left it in Adam's center console along with a box of apple cider bullets. After a few days on the road with no sign of trouble, I'd grown complacent, and now I was about to fight 3 assassins armed with nothing but the pair of applewood chopsticks that held my hair back. Awesome. The mortal male behind the counter wore a red smock with a name tag that read Daryl. "Go lock yourself in the storeroom," I told him. "Huh?" I flashed my fangs and pulled him bodily across the counter. "Get the hell out of here!" Wetness spread across the front of his wrinkled khakis. He stammered for a moment, then turned tail and ran toward the back of the store. Adam had already spotted the trouble. "Friends of yours?" I turned toward the door, watching the 3 vampires make their way toward us. "The one on the left is Nick Constantine, likes to get stabby, so watch your back." Nick was the kind of vamp who gave the rest of us bad names. He liked to rape his prey before draining them. Nasty dude. "The big guy is Fatty Garza." "What's his specialty? Eating his opponents whole?" "Something like that." "And the female?" I narrowed my eyes and gripped my gun tighter. "Misha Petrov." Just saying that bitch's name left a bad taste in my mouth. Adam parted his lips to say more, but the assassin stopped about 10 feet back from the door. Misha's eyes met mine through the glass doors. She smiled snarkily and nodded. "You ready to die, bitch?" I raised an eyebrow in return. "Bring it." Adam stood calmly at my side, waiting. He didn't waste time with unnecessary questions. I knew from experience he could hold his own in a fight, which meant I didn't have to worry about saving both our asses on my own. Something shifted. Nothing obvious. No overt signal was given. But 1 second the whole world seemed to hold its breath, and the next, the air exploded with gunfire. I shoved Adam to our right, and we slid down the aisle in a tangle of limbs. Bullets ripped through the store, turning it into Swiss cheese. Soda exploded in the refrigerated cases, coating us with cold, sticky wetness. Pulverized chocolate, salty snacks, and tampons rained down to create a PMS-themed collage on the floor. "You got any weapons?" I yelled over the noise. "Magic!" I shot him a look. He smiled. "And a Glock." He pulled a Glock 20 from his waistband and handed it over. Releasing the magazine, I was relieved to find it full. That gave me 15 rounds. 15 non-lethal bullets, considering we were fighting vampires, but I'd still be able to inflict some pain. Finally, the hailstorm of bullets stopped. "Yoo-hoo! Sabina!" Misha called. "What?" I shouted and glanced at Adam. "Get ready to create a diversion." "Just let me zap them out of here." I shook my head firmly. This was vampire business. I'd be damned before I let a Mancy save me from my own kind. Besides, if anyone was going back to L.A., it was to take a message to my grandmother. And it wouldn't take 3 of them to deliver it. But Adam's magic could come in handy in other ways. I pointed to the fluorescent lights overhead. He nodded coolly and rose into a crouch. Misha sighed loudly. "I don't suppose you'd just surrender now and save us all some time, would you, mutt?" I gritted my teeth. Misha never missed an opportunity to remind me and everyone in hearing distance of my mixed blood. "Right. Tell you what, if you're in such a hurry, why not just put that gun to your temple and squeeze the trigger? It'll save me the effort." "And muss up my hair," Misha drawled. "You're just talking crazy now." "Enough of this shit," Nick said, clearly unimpressed with our banter. Boots crunched on broken glass, signaling the assassins were on the move. I nodded to Adam. His lips moved with an incantation, and a zap of energy shot from his fingertips. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end as I peeked between cereal boxes. 2 fluorescent lights exploded above Misha and Nick, and the metal housings holding the bulbs broke loose and crashed on their heads. Misha's gun skittered away, and Nick got knocked to the floor. Fatty, surprisingly agile given his size, jumped aside and started making his way to the back of the store. With the shelves as cover, I opened fire on Misha, who'd taken refuge behind a display of travel mugs. Taking aim at the bank of coffee machines behind her, I shot the carafes. Judging from her screams, the coffee shower that splashed on the bitch was roughly the temperature of magma. 1 second, Adam crouched next to me, and the next he inhaled sharply and cursed. I ripped my gaze off Misha in time to see him pull a throwing star out of his thigh. He tossed it to the ground with an irritated grimace. "Okay," he said, his jaw tight. "Now I'm annoyed. Seriously, who uses a throwing star?" I sensed movement behind me. Before Fatty could get his ham-hock hands on me, I back-kicked him in the stomach. My boot heel sank into the fleshy layers like I'd stepped into a pool of jello before ricocheting back. Fatty's belly shook with laughter for a moment before cutting off suddenly. We all went still for a moment, and then everyone shifted into fast forward. Misha, looking like a wet, pissed-off cat, jumped at him from out of nowhere. As he fended off her claws and kicks, Fatty grabbed me from behind and started squeezing me like a fleshy boa constrictor. He shook me like a rag doll, and the gun fell from my fingers, and sparks of light danced in my eyes. I reached back and poked his eye with my index finger. I had to jab a couple of times before he finally released me with a howl. I barely had time to gasp a few gulps of air before Misha knocked Adam down and came after me. I backed down the aisle, pulling the applewood sticks from my hair. Behind Misha, Adam went after Fatty in a blur of motion. I didn't have time to see the outcome of his attack, because just then Misha produced nunchucks from her back pocket. With a self-satisfied grin, she swung them overhead like helicopter blades. Cans of Spam and packages of pork rinds flew to the floor as she advanced. I retreated until I hit a dead end at the row of drink coolers at the back. The gunfire earlier had shattered the glass and most of the bottles and cans, but I managed to find a bottle of apple juice among the wreckage. I popped the top and tossed the contents in Misha's face. She inhaled sharply out of surprise, forcing the forbidden fruit juice into her system. I ducked the flailing nunchucks and slammed a chopstick down at an angle behind her collarbone. Misha jerked back, falling into a display of Doritos. Her body ignited, and the chips went up in flames with her. The resulting odor was a bizarre mix of smoke, apple, and nacho cheese. In addition to the oddly pleasing scent of Misha's death, I experienced the sweet taste of retribution on my tongue. Misha might have tormented me for years with jokes about my shameful birth, but I'd just gotten the last laugh. A bellow near the front of the store got my attention. Fatty bent over at the waist, his hands cupping his crotch. Apparently, Adam wasn't afraid to fight dirty. I smiled and mentally added that to my list of favorite things about him. I moved to join the mage up front, but right then Nick performed an over-the-counter somersault, landing a foot away from Adam. My scalp tingled as Adam shot the vamp with a bolt of magical energy. Nick flew backward, his head crashing the counter before he collapsed on the floor. I came up behind Adam and shot Nick a few times for good measure. The wounds wouldn't kill him. To do that, I needed to inject a dose of the forbidden fruit into his system first, to strip away his immortality. But I had other plans for Nick. I crouched next to his limp body. He groaned, his eyes fluttering. Whatever Adam hit him with had scrambled him good. His labored breath had a wheeze to it that made me suspect I'd clipped a lung. Behind me, I heard the crack of knuckles against skin. Sounded like Fatty had come back for more from Adam. I needed to make this quick so I could help him finish off the obese vamp. I leaned in close to Nick's ear. "Tonight's your lucky night, Nick. I'm going to let you live. But in return, you're going to do something for me." His head jerked and his mouth moved, but no sound came out. "Sabina!" Adam yelled. "A little help here!" A grunt followed his plea. I held up a finger over my shoulder. "Listen up, 'cause I have to go kill your partner in a sec. Are you listening, Nick?" I pressed a thumb into the wound in Nick's leg to make sure I had his attention. He moaned in response. I took that for a yes. "I want you to give my grandmother a message. I want you to tell her what happened here. I want you to look her in the eye." I grabbed Nick by the chin and forced his gaze to mine. "And then I want you to tell Lavinia I'm coming back for her real soon." My job done, I lifted the Glock and cold-cocked Nick. His head fell to the side and his mouth went slack. Given the extent of his wounds, he'd probably be down for the count long enough for Adam and me to get the hell out of Dodge. I wasn't worried he'd give chase. He'd know better. Another grunt echoed through the store. I rose and saw Adam and Fatty grappling near the magazine rack. I was relieved to see Adam looking relatively uninjured, despite being trapped in Fatty's headlock. Even with Adam's height and impressive physique, the mage had nothing on 400 pounds of vampire flesh. I wondered why the mage hadn't spelled the vamp into submission. But then I saw the brass knuckles glinting on Fatty's massive hand. Brass is like kryptonite for mages, which explained why Fatty had survived this long. I grabbed a bottle of aerosol hairspray from the sundries aisle and ran toward them. "Hey!" I yelled. When Fatty turned, I blasted him in the eyes with the hairspray. He dropped Adam and shrieked, swiping at his eyes with a huge paw. He ran at me blindly. I backpedaled, raising the gun. But my heel was sticky from the apple juice and slipped out from under me. As I fell, the shot went wide and clipped Fatty's shoulder instead of his head. Adam came up from the rear and stabbed the big guy with a stake. Fatty roared in pain, but still didn't explode. I scrambled up, trying to avoid his flailing arms. I ducked, barely avoiding one of his fists. Adam's eyes widened. "The stake isn't big enough to reach his heart," he whispered loudly. Roaring from pain, Fatty took off for the front doors. He crashed through and ran blindly toward the pumps. Adam and I looked at each other for a beat before hauling ass after him. We couldn't risk some mortal pulling into the station and seeing a huge, bloodied vampire lumbering through the parking lot. We skidded to a halt as Fatty crashed into Adam's Escalade. He bounced off the rear door and fell to the ground. The SUV rocked from the impact before going still again. I raised the gun, determined to put an end to Fatty once and for all. Adam grabbed my arm. "If you miss, you might hit a pump." I shot him a glare. "I won't miss." "Well, Miss Sharpshooter, did you think about what will happen if you hit him and he ignites close to 4 gas pumps?" "Oh," I lowered the gun. "So what now?" Adam opened his mouth to answer, but stopped when the back door to the Escalade opened. A hoof emerged, followed by a scaly green leg clad in 2 short black sweatpants. Fatty heard the sound and cocked his head like an animal sensing unseen danger. Giggle emerged fully, raising his arms high above his 7-foot frame in an exaggerated stretch. His poison green Got Evil t-shirt complemented his black horns nicely. With a scowl, he focused on the large groaning vampire to his right. Fatty seemed to have regained some of his sight. His eyes squinted, then widened. He moved surprisingly fast then, jerking to his feet and lumbering away. Fatty got as far as the air and water station before he tripped. He scrambled to grab a hose and pointed it at us. A pathetic stream of water trickled out. "What are you going to do?" Giggle said. "Moisten us?" Now that we were safely away from the gas pumps, it was time to end this charade. I calmly raised my gun and put my last bullet between Fatty's eyes. Since the wooden stake had already injected the forbidden fruit into his system and removed his immortality, his girth went up in flames immediately. "Well, that's that, then," Adam said. "I guess I'll go fill up." He walked off toward the pumps like he was taking a Sunday stroll. The only sign he'd just survived an assassin attack was the slight limp, courtesy of Nick's throwing star. How he could deal so calmly with the aftermath of such chaos escaped me. My own body strained for action, something to work off the residual adrenaline. My gaze strayed to Adam's retreating form, something to release the tension. I admired the way his sweat-dampened shirt clung to his muscled torso, something strenuous and sweaty. I took a step forward. Sabina?" Giggle tugged on my arm. "What?" I stopped, dragging my eyes from Adam. Giggle was dancing from hoof to hoof. "What are you doing?" "I need to see a man about a unicorn." And with that, all thoughts of ravaging Adam screeched to a halt. "Oh, for fuck's sake, Giggle." "It's not my fault. You know I have a small bladder." "Okay, fine, little girl. Go tinkle, but make it quick." He ran off toward the doors on the side of the building. With one last look at the charred mass that used to be Fatty, I turned to walk toward the car. I was almost there when a faint sound made me stop in my tracks. "God damn it," I cursed under my breath. "Look alive, Mancy." He looked over from the windshield he'd been cleaning. "What's up?" "Sirens." Adam cocked his head to listen. "I don't hear them." My vampire hearing caught the sound long before human or mage ears would. "We've got about 10 minutes. It's time to go." I turned to tell Giggle to shake a leg, but a movement inside the store brought me up short. I'd forgotten all about the human, but the shotgun he held told me he hadn't forgotten about us. I ran back toward the car. Before Adam could ask why I was running, the shotgun barked. Luckily, the human had no idea how to handle such a powerful weapon. The shot went wide and took a chunk out of the tin roof over our heads. "What the fuck was that?" Adam yelled. "The human! I'll take care of him." "Sabina, no! He's innocent. You can't kill him." Another blast, closer this time. I ducked behind the SUV next to Adam. "You're fucking kidding me, right?" Adam's expression told me he'd been serious. "He can identify us and the car to the police. Unless you want to play Smokey and the Bandit all the way to New York, he's gotta go." I moved before he could stop me, pulling the Glock out of my waistband as I went. Behind me, Adam cursed and moved to stop me. Speeding up before he could accomplish his goal, I raised the gun just as Daryl pumped the barrel again. But before either of us could shoot, a dark figure exploded out of the store. Nick's second wind hit exactly the worst moment possible. He grabbed the human, breaking his neck like it was nothing more than a matchstick. "No!" Adam yelled behind me. Nick grabbed the shotgun as the human fell. In Daryl's hands, the shotgun had been troublesome. In Nick's hands, the same gun scared the shit out of me. In slow motion, I pivoted and ran toward the bathroom. 2 reasons. 1, I needed to warn Giggle and somehow get both of us out alive. 2, the movement turned Nick's attention away from Adam. I had a better chance at surviving a shotgun blast than the Mage. Bam! The brick wall 6 inches above and just ahead of me exploded. I zigzagged toward the restroom and pounded twice. "Time to go, G!" "Jeez, give me a minute." "Now!" "Can a demon take a leak without being disturbed?" he grumbled. The door opened as he was pulling his pants up. "What?" "What happens if you get shot?" His goat eyes widened. "It hurts." "But you won't die or get sent back to Urkala, right?" "Nope." "Good. Run!" We hauled ass across the parking lot just as Nick pumped the shotgun again. Adam accelerated to meet us. Giggle wrenched the SUV's back door open and dove in just as another blast ripped through the air. I heard the demon yelp, but I was too busy trying to get my own door open. When the latch finally gave way, Adam was already accelerating. I jumped in and grabbed my gun from the console. A click of a button lowered the window, and I ducked through the opening to take care of Nick. A shot hit somewhere near the rear of the SUV. The car fishtailed as Adam struggled to maintain control. Sparks and a hunk of red, twisted metal appeared in the road behind us. "That bastard killed my Ducati!" I yelled. With steely resolve, I rested my forearms on the top of the Escalade. I'm a good shot, but even I have trouble aiming at moving targets from a speeding car. It took 3 shots. The first hit the come-and-go sign, which exploded in a hail of sparks. The second nicked a gas tank, which bled fuel like a wound. The third punched Nick in the chest. His body ignited instantly and fell right into the puddle of gas. A huge fireball lit up the night sky, bringing with it a wave of heat that seared my face. I watched the fireworks for a second before ducking back inside. Adam watched the show through the rearview mirror. A muscle worked in his jaw. "You should have killed Nick when you had the chance." Guys?" Giggle's voice came from the back seat. I ignored the demon and jerked my head toward Adam. "Excuse me?" He turned accusing eyes on me. "You were ready to let the vampire live, but you couldn't wait to kill that innocent mortal? Why is that, Sabina?" "Sabina!" Giggle moaned. I narrowed my eyes on the Mage. I had my reasons, and I don't appreciate your tone, Mancy. "You had reasons, huh? Well, guess what? Your reasons almost got all of us killed." "Adam?" Giggle panted. I crossed my arms. Adam's judgy tone pissed me off. He needed to get off that high horse before I knocked him off. "Yeah, you're right," I said. "It's okay for me to kill a vampire, but a human life is precious. I should have given the mortal a hug and then let him blow my head off, right? Gods, you're such a hypocrite." His hand squeezed the steering wheel like he wished it was my neck instead. "I'm saying there is a bigger picture here. Nick was an assassin. The human was an innocent bystander. I know morality is a fluid concept for you, Sabina, but I abide by a code that says you protect the innocent." I leaned forward, ready to tell Adam where he could shove his morality. "Guys!" Giggle shouted. Adam and I spun around together and yelled, "What?" "I've been shot in the ass!" Chapter 2. 2 nights later, the Escalade emerged from the Lincoln Tunnel. Seeing New York skyscrapers looming ahead, I let out a relieved breath. We'd made it to New York without another appearance from the Dominé's death squads. Being on Mage turf didn't make another attack impossible, but it made it a hell of a lot less likely. "How much longer?" Giggle asked from the back seat. Adam shifted and looked in the rear view. "Few minutes, 15 tops." It was the longest conversation any of us had had since Iowa. Adam was still pissed at me for not killing Nick when I'd had the chance and getting the human killed. I was pissed he'd taken such a holier-than-thou attitude. We'd killed 3 vampires, but 1 lousy human he had an issue with? As for Giggle, he'd easily expelled the bullet and healed quickly, but he'd still spent most of the trip sulking over his ass wound. Giggle leaned up between our seats, watching through the windshield. His claws tapped incessantly on the armrest. I turned to glare at him. "Do you mind?" He stopped tapping. "Well, excuse me. Just because you're nervous doesn't mean you have to be bitchy, you know." I rubbed my sweaty palms on my jeans. "What's there to be nervous about?" Adam shot me a glance, but kept his mouth shut. "Come on," Giggle continued. "After your grandmother turned out to be a lying, vindictive bitch, it's totally normal to be worried about meeting new family members. I mean, what if your sister hates you?" "Oh, that's a big help, thanks." He shrugged. "I'm just saying." Truth was, I hadn't given much thought to how well I'd get along with my sister. I mean, sure, I was curious about her. It's not every day a girl finds out she has a twin she never knew about. I had to imagine it was even more rare when vampires had raised 1 twin, while the other was raised by mages, 2 races who'd been enemies for centuries. But I'd been so focused on getting the hell out of LA and finding a way to make my grandmother pay for her betrayal that I figured allying myself with her enemies would be a good place to start. And after the fiasco at the Come and Go, I was more determined than ever to throw myself into learning everything about magic so I'd have the upper hand when Granny and I had our showdown. Adam maneuvered through traffic for a few minutes before he spoke. When he did, he addressed Giggle. "Maisie won't hate her." I perked up, but refused to be the one to break our stalemate. Luckily, Giggle spoke for me. "How do you know?" "Maisie doesn't hate easily. As long as I've known her, she's never said a bad thing about anyone." "And how long is that?" Giggle said. "A long time." He smiled fondly. "We were practically raised together." The fondness in his tone gave me pause. He'd spoken of her before, but I never really asked much about their relationship. This was the first I'd heard they'd grown up together. I wanted to ask if the affection was of the brotherly sort, or something more, but decided I'd rather rip out my own fingernails than give voice to my curiosity on that matter. "What's Maisie like?" Giggle asked, probably more to fill the silence than out of real curiosity. Adam seemed to relax a bit, warming up to the topic. "She looks like Sabina, of course, only there are subtle differences." "Like what?" Giggle asked. "Her hair's shorter, and where Sabina's hair is red with black streaks, hers is more black with red streaks, if that makes sense." "Not really, but go on," Giggle prodded. I shot the demon a grateful look. He winked back. "Well, she loves to paint and has a knack for hedge magic." "Hedge magic? Is that like landscape design or something?" Adam chuckled at the demon's lame joke. "Not exactly. Hedge mages use herbs and plants to make potions. She used to bug the fairies visiting from the Seelie court to teach her about plants. A fond smile spread on his face, as if he was picturing a memory. This one time she broke into the greenhouse so she could make a potion to change her hair. She said she wanted it to be all black so she'd be all mage. Only the potion ended up turning her hair green temporarily. He turned left onto a street teeming with billboards, flashing lights, and people milling about like ants on a hill. "Welcome to Times Square," he said. I spared the scenery a glance, but I was more interested in what he'd just said about Maisie. "Why did she want to get rid of the red?" I asked, despite my promise to keep my mouth shut. Red hair is the hallmark of being a vampire. It's a trait we inherited from Kane, the male who fathered the first of our race. Did the Mage kids make fun of her for being mixed blood? Adam paused and shot me a glance. No, nothing like that. He began slowly, as if readjusting to speaking to me again. It wasn't like she was an outcast or anything. I think she just considered herself fully mage and wanted to get rid of the symbol that marked her as being only half. I could relate to that feeling, although for me it was the opposite. Being raised among vampires who had no qualms about treating me like an outcast, I'd prayed and prayed to the Great Mother that I'd wake up one morning with solid red hair. Knowing Maisie had struggled with similar issues made me relax a bit. Maybe I'd finally have someone who understood what it was like to never really belong. "Well, if she's anything like Sabina, I'm sure she's delightful," Giggle said, his voice full of irony. "Bite me, demon." Adam turned onto a circle and followed it around to an exit for Central Park West. A few minutes later, he slowed near a large apartment building and put on his blinker. In the dark, it loomed like something out of a horror film. With its dramatic spires and gables, it was the kind of building you might expect to see covered in gargoyles. Before I could fully process the strange architecture, Adam turned into a porte-cochere on the side of the building. Inside the covered driveway, a wrought iron gate with the Hecate's wheel design in the center barred the entrance to an interior courtyard. Adam punched some codes into the keypad and waved at the cameras perched on top of the gates. In a few moments, the wrought iron behemoths yawned open. "Pretty wimpy security for the home of the Hekate Council," I commented. "A system like that? I'd be in before he could say abracadabra." Adam frowned at me. "Do you consider thermal scanners wimpy too? Because there's one checking you out right now and identifying you as a vampire. If I hadn't cleared you, there'd already be a group of guards surrounding us." I laughed. "Fat lot of good that'll do you. I could have a bomb hidden in the car. Boom! The whole building goes bye-bye. The metal plate we rolled over at the entrance scans the undercarriage for bombs," Adam explained. "You wouldn't have gotten inside with it." I leaned toward him. I could climb up the side of the building and shoot my target through a window. He leaned over the center console, his eyes sparking with challenge. He smiled slowly, deliberately, bringing my attention to his lips. "Bulletproof glass." I chuckled and leaned back, impressed and not a little turned on by the exchange. "Touché." Adam's trademark grin returned for the first time in days. I enjoyed seeing it, but I needed to change the subject before I jumped him. Something about a man with tactical prowess always gets me. But something else tickled the back of my mind. Adam's knowledge of weapons and security seemed advanced for someone who could just zap an enemy with a spell. "What exactly is it you do for the council?" He accelerated through the portico and into an open courtyard. On all four sides, the building's walls rose 10 stories into the inky night sky. "I'm part of a group called the Pythian Guard. We were formed back in ancient Greece to protect the mages who acted as oracles. But since the oracles don't really serve the public anymore, our role has evolved over the years. These days, we're more like the council's private guards. We also do special projects as needed." "Special projects? You mean like retrieving the long-lost sister of the council's leader?" He cracked a smile. "Among other things." I smiled at his evasion. Are we going to meet your family here? His expression became closed. Just an aunt. My parents died when I was young. I'm sorry, I said quietly. He shrugged. No need. It's old news. Aunt Rhea raised me. She and Emeritot were close friends, so Maisie and I spent a lot of time together. So does that mean we're the same age? Adam smiled. Nope. Maisie came along when I was 6. My mouth fell open. Damn, he looked good for 60. His magic must have been even stronger than I thought. Mages aren't immortal like vampires. Their magic allows them to live extremely long lives, though. Adam had told me in California that Emeritot, my father's mother, lived to be 1,000. Still, I'd figured Adam from mid-30s at most. I guess I had a lot more to learn about mages, this one in particular, than I thought. I opened my mouth to ask more, but Giggle interrupted. Hold the phone. Isn't this where they filmed that romantic comedy? Adam squinted at the demon through the rear view. No, the Hekate Council has never allowed cameras inside. Giggle nudged my shoulder. You know, the one with Mia Farrow? I saw it in L.A. one night. I turned to look at the demon. Wait, are you talking about Rosemary's Baby? Giggle snapped his fingers. That's it. I loved that movie. Adam and I exchanged a look. Gee, I think that was filmed down the street at the Dakota, Adam said. This is Britannia Place. Giggle frowned. I could have sworn it's the same building. Common mistake, Adam shrugged. Anyway, we're here. You ready to meet your sister? I looked around the interior of the courtyard. Even inside the car, I could feel the magic buzzing around like staticky electricity. But under that hum, I could feel something else, something stronger that I recognized instantly, like the pull of a magnet in my diaphragm. Maisie's blood called out to me. I took a deep breath. It was time. Giggle, change into cat form, I said over my shoulder. A puff of smoke signaled the demon's transformation. Angry feline cursing echoed from the back seat. I glanced back and my eyes widened. Back in California, my first attempt at magic had ended in Giggle's cat form going bald. I thought Adam had fixed that mistake, but I hadn't seen Giggle in cat form since I summoned him from Urkala and asked him if he wanted to come with me to New York. Now his pale, naked skin glistened in the car's dim light. Without fur, his ears resembled a bat's, and his wrinkled skin and grumpy face made him resemble a shriveled old man. Nice, he said, looking down at his skin. Remind me to piss on your clothes later. I ignored the demon's whining and turned to Adam. Take me to your leader. In the elevator, Adam used a retinal scanner and voice recognition program to gain access to Maisie's penthouse apartment. On the way up, he told me Britannia Place served as headquarters for the mages in the city. In addition to holding apartments for all the council members and other high-ranking mages, it was the seat of their government, with meeting rooms and offices throughout. There's also an estate up north near Sleepy Hollow. It's used for all the important magic rites and festivals. I'm sure you'll see it soon enough. I nodded, only half listening. Instead, my eyes watched the rapid display of floor numbers. Too soon, and not soon enough, the elevator dumped us into a foyer outside Maisie's front door. Adam had a key and let himself in without knocking. Given the old-world, old-money feel of the building, I'd expected the decor to be sedate and snooty, but the apartment we entered was an eclectic mix of colors and textures. From the worn wooden floors to the eggplant paint on the walls to the rainbow of sheer fabrics fluttering around the windows, the place had a definite bohemian feel. Maisie? Adam called. My stomach dipped in both anticipation and anxiety. It's not every day a girl is introduced to her twin, but this reunion had the added complexity of two sisters being raised by opposing races. Even Giggle seemed to sense the weight of this moment, as he remained uncharacteristically silent in my arms. We continued into the apartment when no one responded to Adam's greeting. Sandalwood permeated the air. Just as humans smell like dirt and vampires smell of copper, all mages smell like sandalwood. But in addition to the sandalwood, the sharp tang of turpentine and the oily aroma of paint scented the air. Heading down a hall, we passed an altar of sorts covered in fertility goddess statues clustered around a lit white candle. Just beyond it, a door painted apple green was covered with symbols written in gold paint. I wasn't sure what they meant, but I assumed they were protection spells of some sort. Adam paused before knocking and shot me a reassuring smile. But before he could apply knuckles to wood, the sound of a woman singing drifted through the door. The hair on my arms rose. "That's my sister." Adam knocked twice, but hearing no response other than more singing, pushed the door open after a moment. She stood with her back to the door in front of a large canvas set on an easel. She didn't stop singing when we entered. Instead, she slapped red paint on the canvas in time to music we couldn't hear. I was too shocked to see her at first to register the words, but slowly they became clear. "Could you be loved and be loved?" Her Bob Marley impression was lacking, but I had to give her points for enthusiasm. I choked on a laugh, too shocked to hold it in, just as she belted out, "Don't let them change ya, oh." Adam touched her shoulder. She yelped and spun around. "Damn it, Adam! You scared the shit out of me." "Yep, they're definitely related," Giggle said. Maisie pulled the headphones off her ears when she saw me. A slow flush crept up her neck and pinkened her cheeks. "Sabina?" she whispered. I started to nod, but suddenly a blur of pink rushed toward me. I had just enough time to brace myself before she slammed into me and wrapped her arms around me in a fierce hug. Giggle hissed and jumped from between us. Maisie didn't seem to notice the pissed-off cat. My hair muffled her voice, but I made out the words, "Excited, sister, here." I looked at Adam for help, but he shrugged and grinned. She pulled back with a beatific smile. Her features were all the same as mine, except, like Adam had said, her hair was shorter and layered, so it fell softly around her face. But there were other differences, too, ones that might not register with the casual observer. Looking at Maisie was like looking through a mirror at an alternate version of me, a happier version. It wasn't just her smile. She seemed completely comfortable in her skin, and warm, earthy energy radiated from every pore. An odd feeling of déjà vu washed over me. Something told me this warm, happy person was who I might have been if things had been different, if I'd been raised among the mages instead of given to the dominé. Out of nowhere, resentment rose like bile, and I tried to pull away. She let me go reluctantly. Her eyes glistened prettily with tears. My own felt dry and brittle. The defensive shields I'd carefully cultivated over the years locked back into place. I knew this was a significant moment in both of our lives, but I felt removed from it, an observer instead of a participant. Knowing I needed to say something, I waved and said, "Hey." Lame. "Hi there." She laughed and went in for another hug. "Thanks be to the goddess for bringing you home, sister." Adam, who'd obviously understood my discomfort at her easy affection, cleared his throat. "Give her a chance to breathe, Maze." She pulled away and looked at me. A flush spread up on her cheeks. "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just so—" She took a deep breath and exhaled it. "Excited." "You mentioned that," Adam said. Affection and humor laced his tone. "Ahem. Can I change back now?" Maisie's eyes widened at the bald cat sitting at Adam's feet. I sighed. One of these days I needed to teach Giggle about manners. I glanced at Adam, not sure how much he told Maisie about the Giggle situation. But Maisie answered the unspoken question by approaching the cat. "And this must be Giggle. Adam told me all about your unusual familiar. May I pick him up?" She shot me a hesitant look. "Why don't you ask him?" Giggle said. Maisie drew back, looking worried she'd offended him. "Ignore him. He's always a bit surly when he's in cat form," I said. "Behave yourself, Mr. Giggles." "You try behaving with your bald balls exposed to the world, trampire." Maisie laughed, a musical sound that inspired images of fairy tale princesses. She squatted down to look the cat in the eyes. Giggle, recognizing a potential ally, widened his eyes to give her the saccharine-sweet kitty look. She rubbed him behind his bat-like ears. "He's just precious." The cat cocked his head and purred. Still petting him, she lifted him and cradled him against her chest. Maisie looked at me with a smile. "You're so lucky. I wish I had such a sweet familiar." Giggle shot me a smug look. "Can we keep her?" I rolled my eyes. But the truth was, a spark of jealousy went through me. He was my minion, damn it. "Whatever you do, don't give him your credit card number." Maisie frowned. "Huh?" "Never mind her," Giggle said quickly. "If you like me in my cat form, wait till you get a load of me in my demon form." Maisie's eyes widened. "Oh, I'd like that." An image of Giggle naked popped into my head. "Trust me, you wouldn't. At least not until we have some clothes handy for him to put on." Adam cleared his throat. "Speaking of, I better get her things so we can freshen up before Sabina meets the council." "Oh," Maisie said, looking at me. "Do you need to borrow some clothes?" I eyed her long skirt, tie-dyed in rainbow colors, and the pink peasant blouse. Apparently our genetic similarities didn't extend to fashion sense. "No, it's okay. I've got clothes in the car." "It's really no problem," she said. "In fact, I insist." I started to protest again, but she pushed me toward the door. I looked back over my shoulder for help, but Adam nodded encouragingly. "I'll go tell the rest of the council to assemble for the rites." "Rites?" I said, suddenly feeling like I'd gotten in way over my head. Maisie was now pulling me down the hall. "Don't worry," she said. "It's just a basic cleansing ritual to rid you of the bad vampire karma." "Vampire karma?" She ignored the question in my voice and stopped at a door to another room. This door was sky blue with billowy white clouds painted all over it. Maisie opened the door and I caught my breath. Multicolored murals filled every available inch of wall space, even the ceiling. There seemed to be no unifying theme to any of the images. Instead, it was like looking at schizophrenia in paint form. "Wow," I said, not sure what else to say. It's not that I didn't like it. I just couldn't figure out what this said about my sister's mental state. "It's a bit busy, huh?" "I think it's beautiful," Giggle said, looking up at Maisie with adoring cat eyes. I ignored the little bald traitor and turned slowly to take in the whole room. "This must have taken you a long time." She chuckled. "You have no idea." "This mural is based on a vision I had several years ago." I turned to look at her. "What does it mean?" She shrugged, rubbing Giggle under the chin. "I'm still trying to figure it out." She touched an area depicting a cardinal and a blue jay flying together. "Painting helps me decipher the messages of my visions. Sometimes they're straightforward images of future events. Other times they're like riddles I have to solve. But this one has been harder to translate than most." I looked around at the swirls of color and the images of clocks, birds, golden lotuses, and dozens of other random symbols. When no meaning jumped out at me, I changed the subject. "The painting you were working on when I arrived, was that from a dream too?" She smiled. "No, That was your portrait. I frowned at her, recalling that the painting in question was nothing but a bunch of red swirls and splotches mixed with some black and white in places. I thought portraits usually involved, faces. She smiled as if about to explain something to a child. No, I mean a portrait of your essence. Huh? One of my strengths is color magic. Everyone has a dominant color influencing their lives. It represents several things about their true selves. I use paint to show the true nature of people. And my essence color is red? Definitely. Red represents boldness, aggression, impulsiveness, high energy, and extremes of opinion. The cat snorted. That's her all right. Although you forgot stubborn. I glared at the cat, promising retribution with my eyes. What color are you? I asked Maisie. I'm a blue. Before I could ask what that meant, she changed the subject. All righty. She looked me over and tapped a finger against her lips. I'm thinking red. She set Giggle on the bed gently. He stretched before curling up in a ball on her pillow and falling asleep. Maisie turned back to me and mumbled a few foreign-sounding words. My skin started tingling like I was covered in static electricity. I looked down and gaped. The blue jeans and leather jacket were gone, and a long red dress took their place. I turned to look in a mirror on the back of Maisie's door. The straps of the gown were twisted and fell into a deep V-neck. The fabric fell away in loose folds under another twisted band of fabric at the empire waist. I can't wear this, I said, panicking a little at the sight of me looking so feminine. I didn't do dresses as a rule. Not only did the skirts trip me up during a fight, but dresses also tended to make weapon concealment an issue. Sure you can. Everyone wears chitons to meetings. It's a tradition from our days back in Athens. But still, I said, can't I just wear something a little less girly? I'm afraid the council is pretty strict about our rituals, she said. Would you prefer another color? I shook my head. No, the color is fine. The deep red fabric was the color of blood fresh from the vein, so that was something. I heard a rustling behind me and turned to see Maisie standing before me in a dress almost identical in style to my own. Hers was a soft robin's egg blue with a golden rope crisscrossing her midsection. The sudden change surprised me, and I mentally lectured myself that I needed to get used to this, since I was going to be around mages all the time now. You're going to have to teach me how to do that. Maisie adjusted the dress as she looked in the mirror. Don't worry, you'll get started on your training soon enough, she smiled. You ready? A quick knock sounded on the door, and Adam stuck his head in. The council's assembled, he said to Maisie. Then his gaze landed on me. He went still, only his eyes moving as he looked me up and down. My cheeks heated, and I suddenly felt naked. I resisted the urge to cover myself and put my chin up instead. What? His eyes lifted to mine, and he cleared his throat. Nothing. I just haven't ever seen you in a dress before. Doesn't she look great? Maisie said. A smile lifted the corner of Adam's lips. He nodded in response to Maisie, but kept his eyes on mine. Amazing. I took a moment to look him up and down, too. He wore a shorter version of the chiton Maisie and I both wore. His was black, with a gold thunderbolt embroidered over his heart. The chiton's design showed off his golden skin and well-muscled arms and legs. Never had a dress look so utterly masculine. And I had a sudden urge to know what he was wearing underneath that skirt. A tingle of sexual awareness had me shifting uncomfortably. But the question of Adam's undergarments made me realize something else. I wasn't wearing anything under my own chiton. Hey, where are my weapons? Maisie shrugged. They're with your other clothes. Mundane weapons aren't allowed at rituals, Adam said. I sent him a pitying look. You're funny. With hands on hips, I turned to Maisie. Give them back. Maisie raised her hands in a diplomatic gesture. You're going to be surrounded by family, Sabina. No one is going to attack you. She's right, Red, Adam said quietly. Need I remind you that my own grandmother staked me less than a week ago? No offense, but I'm having trouble feeling safe among family right now. Adam sighed deep from within his chest. Honestly, Sabina, even if you had a weapon, you wouldn't stand a chance. Most of the mages waiting in that room could disarm you with a passing thought. Oh, that makes me feel tons better. Thanks. Maisie came forward and put a hand on my arm. Sabina, I know this is difficult for you, but I swear on the grave of our father that no one will harm you here. I opened my mouth to argue, but Adam caught my attention. With his eyes, he pleaded with me to drop it. I glanced at Maisie, who looked anxious. With a deep sigh, I nodded. I might not have known Maisie well enough to trust her yet, but I trusted Adam. Fine, but I'll expect them back the minute this is done. Maisie looked relieved and grabbed my hand. A tingle passed between our palms. Her expression went all serious. I know you've sacrificed a lot to come here, but never doubt you made the right decision. This is where you belong. That remained to be seen, but even I wasn't rude enough to rebuff Maisie's obvious sincerity. Not knowing what to say, I simply nodded. A bright smile lifted her lips. Good, now that that's settled. You ready to go meet the Hekate Council? I let my breath out in a rush. I wasn't ready for any of this, but that never stopped me before. Can't wait, I lied. Chapter 3. Getting to the council chambers required another elevator ride. When the doors opened in the basement of the building, I caught my breath. Instead of the stately meeting room I'd been expecting, the space looked like someone had dropped a hippie commune in the middle of the Senate. The place reeked of sandalwood and patchouli. The elevator opened at the top of the room. Below, steps led down between row after row of Colosseum seating. The seats were covered in colorful cushions, spread about like confetti. And standing among the rows were hundreds of mages dressed in chitons of every color imaginable. At the bottom of the stairs, an open area that looked like the stage had a long table covered in colorful scarves. Behind it, 5 mages dressed in white chitons stood and watched our approach. It appeared that white chitons were reserved only for members of the council, since I didn't see any among the crowd. I only recognized one of the members. After our disastrous mission at the Domine's vineyards, Orpheus had arrived to help bring the bodies of the dead mages home. We'd only talked for a moment then, but he'd seemed nice enough. After a moment of silence, the kind that usually follows a record scratching to a stop, the whispers and pointing began. That's her! She's here! Praise Hekate for bringing her home! Adam grabbed my hand and gave it a reassuring squeeze. Then he and Maisie exited the elevator, leaving me to walk out alone. The mages on either side of the steps watched in awe as I made my way down. Some even reached out to touch me as I passed. I tried to ignore all this, because frankly it was freaking me out. They were acting like I was some sort of royalty or something. Orpheus came around the table and met us at the base of the steps. He took both my hands in his. Welcome, Sabina. As you can see, we're all thrilled you agreed to come. I didn't mention that I hadn't had much choice. Instead, I forced a smile. Thank you. He then turned me toward the crowd and stepped in behind me. May I present Sabina Kane, daughter of the hero Tristan Gracchus and sister of Maisie Gracchus, High Priestess of the Chaste Moon and the Oracle of New York. Maisie came forward and raised her voice to be heard. Welcome home, sister. After decades of being subjected to the evils of the Domine, you may finally take your place among your true family. Behind us, the audience broke out into another round of applause. The Hekate Council would like to thank you for assisting us in finding our loved ones who were taken by the Dominé, Maisie continued. Without you, we might never have known their fate. You took a stand against our enemies despite great personal cost to yourself. With your support and knowledge, we will finally defeat our enemies. Another furious round of clapping. I kept my eyes on Maisie. Her praise made me feel itchy. In light of all this and more, the ancient and venerable Hekate Council has created the Sacred Order of the Blood Moon to honor you. My heart stopped. I'd never expected to be honored. I looked at Adam, who winked at me and smiled. I watched in shock as Orpheus came forward and handed some sort of necklace to Maisie. She turned to me and held the gold chain over my head. We, the ancient and benevolent Hekate Council, hereby dub thee Sabina Kane, High Priestess of the Blood Moon. May you use your exalted position to protect and serve the Mage race. She lowered the necklace around my neck. The gold chain felt cool against my skin. Behold, all assembled, Sabina Kane is now under the protection of the Hekate Council. Any enemy of hers shall be an enemy to us all. I looked down. At the end of the chain, an amulet about the size of a silver dollar nestled between my breasts. A large moonstone sat in the center of a gold setting etched with characters that looked like hieroglyphs. I assumed they were actually Hekatian, the Mage ceremonial language. I met my sister's eyes, which glistened suspiciously. What does it say? It says, for she is the torchbearer, this daughter of Hekate. She will light the way. My eyes stung, and I had trouble swallowing. Thanks, I said, not trusting myself to say more. Maisie wrapped me in a fierce hug. Thank you, sister. When the cheering and praises to Hekate finally petered out, Orpheus nodded to a nearby female mage with long silver hair. Wise eyes looked out from a youthful face bearing an impish smile. She wore a purple chiton and an amulet similar to the one I'd just received. Rhea Lazarus, High Priestess of the Elder Moon, will now commence with the cleansing rites, Orpheus said. I paused. Was this the aunt Adam mentioned? I glanced at him for confirmation, but his eyes were on the female. The fond smile on his face gave me my answer. Rhea winked back at her nephew before focusing on me. In her hands, she held a bundle of dried herbs. She whispered something, and the tip of the bundle sparked. Fragrant smoke rose from it and tickled my nose. She started chanting something I couldn't understand as she waved the smoldering bundle around my head. Then she moved in a counterclockwise circle around me. I tried not to fidget during the process. The rest of the mages watched in silence. I guess they were used to having a weird old lady wave foul-smelling smoke in their faces. When she finished her last lap, she snapped her fingers and a young female mage in a gray chiton came forward. She held a golden goblet out to me. Drink. I took the cup and looked inside. The liquid's lack of color didn't give me any clues about its makeup. It could have been water, or vodka, or strychnine, for all I knew. I looked up to ask the girl what it was, but she vanished. And when I say vanish, I don't mean she'd walked away. Poof, she was gone. No one else seemed surprised by this. I glanced at Adam. He nodded reassuringly. Since Rhea was his aunt, I figured I could trust her. I raised the goblet to my nose and sniffed. The scent of lemons and something floral, roses maybe, shooed away any lingering doubts. I lifted the cup to my lips and took a large mouthful. Turns out roses and lemon combined with salt and cayenne pepper taste like burning. What's worse, the salty magma made my mouth swell and pucker like a monkey's ass. I gasped and thrust the goblet at Adam, but Rhea's voice stopped him. No, she must drink it all to complete the cleansing. Adam's smile was apologetic as he backed away. The expectant stares of the council and the crowd weighed down on me. Something told me I wasn't getting out of there unless I finished the foul drink. So, instead of being a baby, I decided to just get it over with. "Bottoms up," I said. With a flick of the wrist, I tossed back the rest. My throat burned and my stomach roiled. When it was all gone, I gasped. "Nasty." Murmurs of disapproval echoed through the room. Next to me, Adam cleared his throat and shifted on his feet. I ignored all this in favor of rubbing at my tongue with my palm, hoping to relieve some of the hellfire. Adam nudged me. "Stop that. My uvula is on fire," I yelled. By then, the cayenne had started to wear off, but not the nausea. I swallowed against the hot spit pooling in my mouth. "I don't feel so good." "You have to keep the potion down," said Rhea. "It must have time to work through your system." Maisie was looking at me like I'd let her down, like I'd failed some kind of test. "You'll be fine." I glared at Adam with a look that clearly said, "What the hell did you get me into?" He wouldn't meet my eyes. Ass. Orpheus looked from Maisie to me. "Shall we continue?" Maisie nodded resolutely. "Yes." Casting one last anxious look in my direction, Orpheus cleared his throat. "Moving on. As you all know, the Council is still considering a proposal to declare war on the Dominé." Both cheers and boos met this announcement. Despite my discomfort, I forced myself to pay attention. Orpheus slammed a gavel on the table. "In light of the divisive nature of this issue, we have delayed a vote until all parties can make their cases." A few in the crowd grumbled their impatience over the delay, but the members of the council all nodded. "High Priestess Maisie, do you have anything to add?" Maisie rose from her seat to Orpheus's right. Adam had said Maisie was the leader of the council, but from what I'd seen, Orpheus was in charge. I made a note to ask Adam about her role later. "Thank you, Councilman Orpheus. I would like to report to the council that I had a troubling vision last night. In it, Sabina was standing in the sacred grove at the crossroads. Shadows closed in from all sides while drums beat in the distance." A shiver passed down my spine, and I struggled not to shift under the curious glances coming my way. Worried murmurs spread through the room. Members of the council shot me speculative looks ranging from curious to downright antagonistic. Orpheus raised his hands for silence. "What is your interpretation of this vision?" he asked Maisie. Maisie looked at me, her expression closed. "Obviously, the shadows represent our enemies, and the drums are the drums of war. As for Sabina's role, that's harder to decipher. However, I believe it means she will be instrumental in whatever's coming." A male mage in the audience jumped up. "The vision is a clear sign we must declare war now." "The vision is a warning against war," a female this time. Suddenly the room was filled with heated shouts for and against declaring war. I looked at Adam, whose jaw was tight. He'd told me the council was on the verge of declaring war before we left California. Either he'd exaggerated to get me to come with him, or things had gotten complicated after he left to come back for Vinca's funeral. I wasn't in favor of a war, but I was even less in favor of getting involved in politics, so I kept my mouth shut. Orpheus banged the gavel like he was hammering a stubborn nail. "Silence! Fighting among ourselves will not solve this problem. You must allow the council you elected to debate the issue and figure out what is best for all mage kind." The audience quieted like a group of admonished schoolchildren. A growl ripped through the room like an angry demon. I looked down and realized it came from my stomach. "Are you okay?" Adam whispered. The growl came again, this time even louder, drawing the eyes of the council. Lightning knifed through my midsection. I doubled over, clutching my stomach with both arms. Cold sweat bloomed on my forehead, my chest. Searing pain tore through my intestines. I fell to my knees, groaning. Adam knelt next to me, his face a mask of worry. A circle formed around us. I opened my mouth to plead for help, and projectile vomited all over the feet of the ancient and venerable Hekate Council. Chapter 4. An hour later, I finally limped out of the bathroom to find Adam, Maisie, Orpheus, and Rhea waiting for me. Lightheaded and covered in sweat, I felt about 10 pounds lighter than when Adam carried me into Maisie's room. I had no idea what the potion they gave me was called, but I had a few colorful name suggestions. I also wanted to kick Rhea's ass, but first I needed to lie down. "Feeling better?" Adam said, coming forward to help me. "Well, let's see," I said, collapsing into a chair. "I think I threw up a kidney, but otherwise I'm fine." Giggle jumped into my lap and peered into my face. "You!" He waved a paw in front of his face. "Puke breath." I swatted half-heartedly at the demon. I wasn't in the mood for his teasing, especially since I'd rinsed with mouthwash before I left Maisie's bathroom. Adam handed me a glass of water with a wink. I sent him a weak but grateful smile. "Rhea, do you know what caused Sabina's violent reaction to the potion?" Maisie asked the silver-haired female. Rhea shrugged. "There's no telling. If I had to guess, though, she had a lot of karmic smut to work off." Maisie nodded, as if this made perfect sense. "Well, she seems fine now. Hopefully this will give her a clean slate going forward." I really hate it when people talk about me like I'm not in the room. But I could hardly argue that I didn't have karmic smut. I'm not into new agey bullshit, but I'd certainly committed my fair share of sins. And frankly, I kind of liked the idea of having a fresh start. I'd have preferred it not to involve vomit, however. "Sabina, I took the liberty of having rooms readied for you and Giggle. I assumed you didn't have other accommodations lined up." I shook my head. The thought of where I'd sleep hadn't even occurred to me. I guess on some level I'd figured I'd be staying with Adam, but it made sense Maisie would want me to stay with her. She certainly had plenty of room, whereas I had no idea where Adam lived, or if he even wanted to put up with Giggle and me as house guests. "Sure, that'd be fine, thanks." "Excellent," Maisie smiled. "Your room is right next to mine, so we'll be able to catch up on the last 50 or so years of each other's lives." I forced a chuckle. "Great." "Wait," Giggle said. "Does this mean I finally have my own room?" "If it's okay with Sabina," she said, glancing my way. Giggle looked at me hopefully. I shrugged and nodded. Sharing a room with Giggle wasn't high on my list of priorities, especially once he morphed back into demon form. "Will I have cable?" he asked. Maisie smiled curiously at the demon. "Of course." He pumped a paw in the air. "Yes!" Back in LA, Giggle had discovered the home shopping channel. Back then, I'd tolerated the purchases because it kept him out of trouble. But now I had no job and was living off savings. "Don't get too excited there, demon. The home shopping channel is off limits." "Aw, come on." I glared at him. I said no. Giggle crossed his arms. "Fine." Maisie cleared her throat. I looked over, embarrassed. "Sorry, Giggle has a small shopping addiction." She nodded slowly. "Ah." She was obviously still confused, but polite enough not to push the issue. "So now that the cleansing is done, we can get started on your magical training right away. Rhea, when do you want to do the vision quest?" I looked at Adam, who wouldn't meet my eyes. "Wait a second," I said. "I thought Adam was going to continue teaching me magic." Maisie and Orpheus exchanged a look. "Actually," Orpheus said, "there's been a change of plans. I've asked Adam to work on a special project for me, so he'll be unavailable to teach you." "What kind of project? Surely he can fit in a few magic—" Orpheus cut me off. I'm afraid that's impossible. Why? I knew I sounded argumentative, but part of the deal I'd cut with Adam before agreeing to come to New York was that he'd teach me magic. I didn't like the idea that less than an hour into this, they were already reneging on the agreement. Orpheus's jaw went tight. He obviously didn't like being challenged. It's none of your damned Sir, Adam said suddenly, if I may, I'd like to speak with Sabina alone. Orpheus glared at Adam for the interruption, but finally relented. Fine. Adam nodded at me. Frowning, I rose slowly and followed him into the hall. Before the door was even closed, I rounded on him. What the hell's going on? Adam sighed. The mission Orpheus gave me is in North Carolina. That's why I can't continue our lessons. I won't be here. My stomach dipped. What? Why? He leaned in, as if he wasn't supposed to be telling me this. Queen Maeve is dragging her feet on committing to helping the council if we go to war. Orpheus needs me to go to the Fae court and find out why. I crossed my arms. When? Tonight. What? Panic gripped my chest. Even though everyone I'd met so far was nice enough, the thought of being stuck here alone with a bunch of virtual strangers didn't appeal. So you're just dumping me off and leaving me alone with a bunch of strangers? Adam ran a hand through his sandy hair. Sabina, it's not like that. Believe me, I'd rather stay, but my first responsibility is to the council. A dark suspicion rose in my mind. Oh, I get it. Fine. See you around. I turned to go, but he grabbed my arm. What do you mean you get it? I shrugged. You've been acting on orders this whole time. You were supposed to do whatever it took to get me here. So you promised me things knowing the council never intended to follow through. And now that I'm here, you're finally off the hook. He glared at me for a moment. Then he threw back his head and laughed. Laughed. Nice. Have a good chuckle, asshole. I turned to storm off, but he grabbed my arm and spun me around. I slammed into his chest, and before I could open my mouth to tell him to go to hell, his lips landed on mine. Taken totally off guard, it didn't occur to me to fight unexpected intimacy. His lips were warm and insistent on mine. As the warmth of his lips registered, my brain switched off and my libido took over. I'd kissed Adam before, once, but that had been different. Then I'd been reeling from the revelation I had a sister I never knew about, and Adam provided a welcome distraction to extreme emotional distress. Luckily, the makeout session was interrupted before it could get too out of hand, and I decided it would never happen again. He was a mage, after all, and cross-racial mating was forbidden. I mean, look where it got my parents. But now, as Adam's tongue caressed mine, it was fairly apparent he hadn't gotten that memo. He cupped my face with his warm palms. Unlike last time, there was no urgent groping or wild need. No, this kiss was almost tender, but no less dangerous for my equilibrium. I wrapped my arms around his shoulders and gave myself into the kiss. I was still angry with him for leaving, but I also knew this might be my last chance to touch him for goddess knew how long. Finally, slowly, he pulled back. When I opened my eyes, he was smiling down at me. I cleared my throat. Now, are you going to stop being an idiot and tell me goodbye? I opened my mouth to protest being called an idiot, but he shook his head. Don't start an argument, not now. We can talk about all the reasons this is a bad idea when I get back, okay? I swallowed. He was so close. I could still taste him on my lips, and his sandalwood and hot male scent made me feel a little drunk. Bad idea? For some reason, I was having trouble remembering why I'd thought that myself. We both have jobs to do. Right now, neither of us can afford distractions. His voice deepened, and he leaned in so his lips were a fraction away from mine. But please understand, If I could stay, there's nothing I'd want more than to have you distract the shit out of me." My stomach flip-flopped. I blew out a long, slow breath to ease the flutters there and farther south. "Wow, Mancy, you sure know how to sweet-talk a girl." His lips curled into a crooked smile. "I could recite sonnets if you'd prefer, but I figured you'd appreciate a more direct approach." He leaned in again, but before he could deliver on the promise in his eyes, the door burst open. We stopped like two deer in headlights and turned to see Maisie framed in the doorway holding Giggle. "Oh, I'm sorry," Maisie exclaimed, her cheeks as red as mine felt. "That's okay. Adam and I were just talking." I stepped back. Adam frowned at me, clearly resenting the distance. But the truth was, I needed the space to clear my head. Adam was sex on a stick, no doubt about it. But he was leaving, and he was a mage, and the list could go on. "Don't stop on our account," Giggle said. "It's about time you two got it over with." Maisie covered her mouth, clearly amused. "Giggle," I said, a warning clear in my tone. "Oh, please, Red." Right then, Orpheus and Rhea came to the door to see what the commotion was about. Oblivious to the new arrivals, Giggle continued. "I was stuck in that godforsaken car with you two for 4 days, remember? The pheromones were so thick I had to roll down the window." I glared at the demon. If looks could kill, he would have dropped dead on the floor. Instead, he merely snuggled closer to Maisie and said, "I'm just saying." My cheeks burned at Rhea and Maisie's knowing grins. Adam cleared his throat. "On that note, I should head out. Lazarus, be sure you report as soon as you arrive. I want hourly updates." "Yes, sir." He turned to me. "Well, see you." Hyper-aware of our audience, I ignored the banked heat in his eyes and held out my hand. "See you." He cocked his head and shot me a smirk. His warm hand closed around mine, and I swear I felt the touch all the way to my toes. "Try to stay out of trouble, okay?" I opened my mouth to get the last word in, but he disappeared. I stood there with my hand extended like an idiot for a second. Then a cat snicker brought my attention back to the audience that had just observed one of the most awkward moments of my life. I lowered my hand and wiped it on the cloth of my dress. "Well," I said lamely, "I guess that's that." Yes, I'd say so," Rhea said. I scanned her face for signs of judgment, but found none. Overall, she seemed downright amused by the whole thing. "If you'll excuse me," I said. "I think I'm going to take a walk to, get some fresh air. Giggle, are you coming?" The cat shook his head. "I'm good here, but if I could make a suggestion." I sighed, waiting for the punchline. "You might want to consider a wardrobe change." I looked down. Adam had me so flustered I'd forgotten I was still wearing the red chitin. "Maisie? I'm on it." Static swirled around my body, replacing the dress with my old clothes. I patted my pockets, relieved to find my weapons back where they belonged. "Thanks," I said. Having my own clothes and weapons improved my mood considerably. "Where are you going?" Maisie asked. "Just around the block to clear my head a little." Giggle snorted. "You might try a cold shower instead." With a final glare at the demon cat, I turned on my heel and walked away. Over my shoulder, I called, "Giggle, change into demon form." Poof! The hall filled with the acrid scent of brimstone. Maisie gasped. "Good gods," Orpheus said. I smiled and kept walking. When Giggle switched forms, he always ended up naked. I won't go into details, but a naked demon is a sight you don't want to behold more than once. I was about to turn the corner when Rhea finally spoke. "Why is it forked?" Chapter 5. Thus far, the food in New York left a lot to be desired. Granted, I'd only been in the city about 4 hours, but back in California, none of my meals ever bit back. Ouch! I reared back and checked to be sure my ear was still attached. My meal stared back with glittering eyes, black in the dim light. He had a few days' worth of scruff, and a diamond stud glinted from beneath greasy black hair. "Fuck you, bitch!" His attitude and his blood left a bitter taste in my mouth. Frustrated and too tired to deal with this shit, I pushed him away. Instead of running like a normal person, he had the nerve to pull a gun on me. "Seriously?" I said. If I weren't so annoyed, I probably would have laughed. "I think you better hand over the gun before you hurt yourself, or I do it for you." He pulled the trigger. The bullet ripped through the flesh just below my right collarbone. I might have been immune to the damage, but it fucking hurt. "God damn it!" I yelled, pressing a hand to my chest. "Give me that thing!" I jerked the gun out of his hands and threw it into a wooded area off the trail. His eyes widened and he stumbled back, mumbling prayers to the Virgin Mary. "She can't help you now," I said menacingly. He tripped over his feet and ran off into the night. I briefly considered giving chase, but decided it wasn't worth the effort. Despite the empty trails this time of night, Central Park still hummed with energy. In the tree line, dark shadows shifted in my peripheral vision. A screech came from overhead. I looked up to see strikes flying in tight circles over me. "Go away," I grumbled. Ignoring the owl, I trudged on through the trails, hoping to find another meal. Not an hour ago, I was puking out my spleen, and now my body had to heal the gunshot wound. That meant blood had gone from being a want to being a need. The chill October air held the promise of rain. Under that, the city sense of trash, exhaust, and humanity were muted and mixed with the smoky aroma of fallen leaves. I slowed my pace and took a deep lungful of air. Wincing, I pressed a hand against the chest wound. The hole was already closing, entombing the bullet lodged there, a morbid souvenir of my first visit to the Big Apple. Needing a minute, I sat on a bench near the intersection of 3 trails. The famous Imagine mosaic memorializing John Lennon lay a few feet away. Someone had left an offering of red roses in the center of the circle. All around me, trees reached up toward the inky night sky, and just beyond, the spires of New York's cathedrals to the gods of commerce loomed. What the fuck was I doing here? I settled back into the bench and allowed myself to wallow. Self-pity wasn't an emotion I indulged often. It was easier to avoid wallowing when I thought I was in control of my life. But now control was the last thing I had. When I'd agreed to come to New York with Adam, I'd been pissed off and ready to leave everything behind. My need to make my grandmother pay for betraying me was stronger than my worries over leaving everything behind. I knew mages were different from vampires, but I figured I'd adjust. I was half mage after all. How hard could it be? But now that I was here and had my first taste of mage life, I wasn't so sure I'd made the right decision. Maisie was nice enough, but I couldn't help distancing myself from her. I'd thought since we were twins we'd be more alike, but the reality was we couldn't be more different. Hell, even my minion liked her better than he liked me. Stupid fickle demon. Plus, Adam's departure had thrown me for a loop. I'd expected him to stay and help me adjust to mage life. But now he was gone. It wasn't just that he wouldn't be continuing our magic lessons. I'd grown used to having him around over the last few weeks. I'd even started to think of us as a team. Not that I'd admit that out loud, nor did I want to discuss that kiss. God, what the hell was that about? I guessed in that respect it was good he was gone. It gave me some space to clear my head. But eventually, when he returned, I'd have to figure out what to do there. I had a feeling where Adam was concerned, things could get very complicated very quickly. and more complications were the last thing I needed. I'm not sure how long I sat there before the twig snapped behind me. Another. Someone, or something, wasn't worried about me knowing they were there. I stood slowly and started walking. They'd reveal themselves when they were ready, and I'd be ready for them. "You picked the wrong woods tonight, Little Red Riding Hood," the voice came from behind. I turned slowly, silently cursing myself for not bringing more weapons with me. 2 males stood on the path. From the corner of my eye, I saw 2 others come from the tree line to stand behind me. 4-to-1 odds. Not too bad, I thought. "Can I help you?" I asked, keeping my tone conversational. Inside, my adrenaline kicked up a notch. A good fight would offer the perfect distraction from my troubles. The males I could see were shaggy and lean, with mean, thuggish faces. They reminded me of a pack of young, hungry wolves. Not a strand of red hair in the pack, so they weren't vampires. No telltale sandalwood scent, so I knew they weren't mages. But they definitely weren't human. The leader laughed. His flunkies chuckled while casting uncertain looks at him. He strolled forward, with the others getting his back. His laugh cut off as quickly as it started. "You're poaching on our turf." "I'm sure I don't know what you mean." I crossed my arms, reaching inside my jacket for the knife hidden there. "By decree of the Shade, this here's our official hunting ground." "Who the fuck is the Shade?" I demanded. He raised a shaggy eyebrow. "The Shade's the law. And the law says anyone who poaches on our land deserves to be taught a lesson." "And who the fuck are you?" He put his arms out and snarled. "We're the lone wolves, bitch." Frickin' great, I thought. Werewolves. Just what I needed. That certainly explained the Odu wet dog flying off the pack in nose-wrinkling waves. I'd never run into any wares in L.A., but I knew enough to recognize I'd just walked into a shitstorm. Again. I shifted my weight onto my back foot. "The what?" "Lone wolves." He turned to show me the back of his raggedy jacket. Sure enough, a snarling wolf face stared back at me from the leather. "Wait a second," I said. "Isn't it supposed to be lone wolf? As in, one? If there's more than one, then it kinda defeats the purpose of being lone, doesn't it?" The leader squinted hard, as if trying to follow my logic and getting lost. "Shut up, bitch! Hold her, boys!" Rough hands grabbed me from behind. I allowed them to do so. "Do you know who you're messing with?" I said calmly. "Oh, this should be good," the leader said. "My name is Sabina Kane." I said this a tad more dramatically than I'd intended. The leader blinked. "Is that supposed to mean something to me?" I opened my mouth to tell him. What? That I used to be an assassin on the Domine's payroll? That I was, in fact, the granddaughter of the Alpha Domine? What good would it do me now? Even if that information meant something to the wares, it wouldn't do me any favors. Hell, it might even convince them to turn me over to the Domine. They'd probably put a hefty price on my head by now. "No, I guess it shouldn't," I said instead. The reminder that my old life was gone hit me hard in the gut. Looked like I was the lone wolf now. But if these assholes thought I was going to lower my neck in submission, they had a nasty surprise coming. "Enough talk. We're going to show you what we do to poachers." He nodded at the guys behind me, and their arms tightened on mine. The leader bared his teeth, which were sorely in need of a good brushing. He pulled back a fist while his buddy held me still. This type of macho group always assumed a female would automatically submit under their awesome testosterone-drenched antics. Not this chick. I might not have had any silver on me to kill them with, if that even killed them, but I sure as hell had the ability to inflict some major pain. I delivered a swift jab of my knee to his soft man bits. He yelped and fell down into the fetal position with his hands covering his groin. His friends seemed unnerved to see their leader whimpering on the ground. I took advantage of the distraction to free myself from the two holding my arms. Easy work, given their haste to cover their own testicles. I grabbed the knife from my coat and slashed the arm of the one to my right. He snarled and punched me in the gut. I spun and delivered an elbow to his nose. The cartilage gave with a satisfying crunch. 2 down, 2 to go. But those two were already running away. I took off after them. I couldn't risk word getting out to the Dominé that I was in New York. But I didn't know Central Park nearly as well as they did. They disappeared like rabbits into the brush. And when I got back to where I'd left the injured wares, they were gone too. Frustrated and still hungry, I made my way back toward the park entrance. Chapter 6. I'd almost made it to my room, but just before I opened my door, Maisie's burst open as if she'd been waiting for my return. "Sabina, you're back!" She looked so eager standing there, like she was genuinely happy to see me. Unfortunately, after the night I'd had, I just wanted to shower and to sleep like the dead. Maybe I'd wake up and find out all this was just a dream. A really, really shitty dream. But I couldn't very well just walk into my room and slam the door in Maisie's face. I turned around to face her. "Hey, Maisie." Her eyes widened. "Oh my gods! What happened to you?" Judging from the hot spots of pain the wares had left on my face, I probably looked pretty rough. I opened my mouth to explain, but her eyes moved south and then widened. "Is that a bullet wound?" My hand went to the splash of red on my tank top. "It looks worse than it is. The hole already closed." I pulled down the neck of the tank to show her the healed skin. She went pale at the amount of blood covering my skin and clothes, but she grabbed my arm and pulled me toward her room. "I want you to sit down and tell me everything while I clean you up." She pushed me down into a chair and disappeared into the attached bathroom. Sitting was a relief, but I didn't feel comfortable with her nursing my wounds, especially since they'd heal on their own in no time. "Maisie, I'm fine, really." She reappeared from the bathroom carrying a washcloth and a couple of small brown bottles. "Nonsense. Now tell me what happened." She began dabbing the washcloth on my face. I sighed. I was too tired to argue with her, and if playing nursemaid made her feel better, then who was I to argue? "I just had a run-in with an unwilling blood donor is all. You know how it is." She paused with the now pink washcloth in mid-air. "You what?" "I tried to feed from a guy and he shot me." She lowered the washcloth. "Where did this happen?" "In the park." She closed her eyes. "Hekate, help us." I frowned. "What's wrong?" She sighed deep and long. "Please tell me no one saw you feeding." I looked down. Well, that's the other thing. I kind of had a fight with some werewolves." She dropped the rag and fell onto the edge of the bed. "This is bad." "Don't worry, they only got in a couple of sucker punches. I managed to kick most of their asses before they ran off." She lowered her head into her hands and mumbled something I couldn't understand. Finally, she lifted her head and stood. "This is my fault." "What? Why?" "I should have warned you. Maybe you're used to being able to feed anywhere and anytime you want. But things are different here. If the Shade finds out you poached on his lands without paying the blood tax, he'll be pissed. Plus, the wares are his allies, so they're well within their rights to demand compensation for injuring their people in their own territory." "Oops," I said. Maisie tilted her head. "Although, if you didn't feed from humans, none of this would have happened." "What's that supposed to mean?" "Why you find it necessary to attack innocent humans is beyond me." "Gee, Maisie, do you think maybe it's because I'm a vampire?" She glared at me. "Half vampire." "Whatever. Surely it's not a surprise I needed blood." "I need blood too, but I've never bitten anyone." "How was I to know you handled it any differently?" I paused. "Wait, What? You've never bitten anyone? How is that possible? Maisie crossed her arms. Believe it or not, there are plenty of ways to satisfy your need for blood without harming anyone. I raised an eyebrow. Yeah? But where's the fun in that? The look she sent me was similar to the ones Giggle often saw from me. This isn't a joke, Sabina. I need you to promise me you won't feed from another human while you're under the Council's protection. Well, technically, I didn't feed from a human tonight. He shot me before I could get a good mouthful. She pinned me with another look. I sighed. If you think I'm giving up blood while I'm here, you're crazy. She crossed her arms. I'm not asking you to give up blood. I'm asking you not to attack people. And if the morality of the issue doesn't sway you, then consider this. The last thing anyone needs right now is a feud to break out among the dark races in the city because you couldn't control your bloodlust. I sighed again. There was nothing I hated more than politics. But I certainly didn't want to cause trouble for Maisie or the Council. Fine, I'll keep my fangs in check, but you're going to have to clue me in on another way to get blood. She sent me a relieved smile. That's not a problem. When I was young, Emeritot anticipated that I'd have issues needing blood, so she opened a blood bank in the city. My eyes widened. You have an entire blood bank at your disposal? Well, technically its main purpose is to give back to the community, but yes, it also lets me meet my need for blood without harming anyone. Not to argue or anything, but isn't that kind of hypocritical? After all, those humans donate blood to help heal other humans, not to make sure you have fast food. Not at all. Blood has a limited shelf life. Refrigerated blood can only last 42 days before it has to be destroyed. I have a deal with the bank that I get the blood a few days before the expiration date. Plus, sometimes donated blood doesn't pass safety screenings. Since I'm immune to human illness, that fresher blood comes to me too. Let me get this straight, I said with a grimace. You only drink old or diseased blood? That's disgusting. It's not so bad. Sure, the anticoagulant they add gives it an odd aftertaste, but you get used to that. I put a finger in my mouth and made a gagging noise. She shrugged. You got a better option? Synthetic blood? I hated the stuff myself. Besides being weaker than human blood, the flavor was about as appealing as drinking piss. But I figured the human-friendly product might appeal to someone of Maisie's obvious moral standards. She shuddered. Are you kidding? That stuff tastes like shit. Might as well drink water as weak as it is. A shocked laugh escaped my lips. Maisie cocked her head. What? You surprise me is all. I figured you'd be all self-righteous about it. Sabina, I might not like killing humans, but that doesn't mean I'm a saint. My body craves blood just like yours. But I believe in the Mage stance that humans are to be respected. So I do what I have to do to refrain from harming them. Bagged blood is a decent compromise between violence and self-denial. I smiled at my sister. As much as I resented her security and the obvious love all mages had for her, I couldn't help but like her. She was practical and, dare I say it, kind of cool. Okay, fine. I'll drink the bag stuff while I'm here. She nodded, but her expression became pensive. What's wrong? I asked. She waved and let out a short laugh. It's just the way you said it made it sound like you're just visiting. I'd kind of hoped you'd embrace mage life and stay for a while. I shifted on my seat, uncomfortable with the turn of conversation. Maisie, look, I've only been here a few hours. Let's just see how it goes, okay? She waved her hand and laughed. Of course. You're totally right. I'm just excited to have you here after all these years. I don't know about you, but I have a sudden urge to sing We Are Family. Here's the thing. Maisie had known about my existence for years. I'd found out about her only a little over a week ago. So while she'd had plenty of time to get used to the idea of having a twin, I didn't have that luxury. Besides, given my experience with family so far, I was a tad reluctant to jump right into performing a sister sledge duet. I forced a smile. How about we skip the singing and bond over a pint of blood instead? Sounds perfect. She walked to a small fridge set in a wet bar along the wall. Name your poison. I rose from the chair with a groan. Anything's fine. Her head popped up. You know, I've got a couple of pints of AB neg I've been saving for a special occasion that'll be perfect. I perked up. AB negative, due to its rareness, was like the Cadillac of bloods. Given the vomiting, bullet wound, and fight I'd endured that night, Maisie's idea was akin to offering a fat girl cake. Hell yeah! She heated up 2 bags and poured them into pint glasses. The scent wafted to me, making my fangs throb and my mouth water. Finally, she handed me one and raised her own glass. To family. I clinked my glass against hers. Not having had the best track record with family, given my own grandmother tried to kill me a week earlier, I amended my response to something I felt more comfortable with. To new beginnings. I'd just taken the first sip when she spoke. So, you and Adam, huh? I spewed blood like an arterial wound. Maisie pounded me on the back when I started choking. Oh, I'm sorry. I wiped blood from my chin with the tissue she offered. Thanks, I said, my voice hoarse. Went down the wrong pipe. She sent me a knowing look. Should I take it from your response that Adam is off-limits as a bonding topic? I licked my lips. It's not off-limits. There's just nothing to talk about. Sabina, no offense, but when I opened that door, you two look like you were trying to swallow each other whole. I'd say that qualifies as something to talk about. I cringed at her entirely accurate summary of the kiss. Look, it's not a big deal. I think it was curiosity more than anything. Curiosity? Like you were wondering what his tonsils tasted like? I shot her a baleful glance. No. More like we've been spending a lot of time together and we're both healthy adults. It's only natural to wonder. This was bullshit, of course. I'd already indulged that curiosity back in California, and I could hardly claim I'd forgotten the taste of him after that time. I hadn't. Not that I'd ever admit that out loud. Maisie said. So you're not planning on pursuing anything with him when he gets back? I shook my head. Definitely not. Don't get me wrong, Adam's great. She nodded her agreement on that count. But we'd never work out. She frowned now. Why not? I opened my mouth to share my long list of reasons, but stopped myself. Maisie might be my sister, but I wasn't about to have a heart-to-heart about Adam with her. Or anyone, for that matter. To discuss it would imply it was a big deal, and it wasn't. Adam was hardly the first male I'd been attracted to in my 54 years. I'm not some giggly schoolgirl who thinks a kiss means happily ever after. Chicks like me don't get happily ever afters. I might be able to handle happy for a night or two. But the idea of having even that with a mage, just like dear old Dad, brought up all sorts of Freudian issues I wasn't too keen on exploring. Hold on, I said, turning the tables. Shouldn't you be upset about that kiss? I mean, what about the whole ban on fraternizing between the races? Maisie raised her eyebrows. First, who am I to judge when you and I are the results of such an affair? And second, she shrugged, you're half mage, so I don't think the laws apply in this case. Look, I said with a sigh, I've had a long night. The last thing I want to do right now is talk about a stupid kiss that didn't mean anything. Maisie drew back. Okay, I'll drop it for now. But I should warn you, Adam is one of my best friends. I don't want to see him get hurt. I choked on a laugh. Maisie, my to-do list is fairly long, but I can assure you hurting Adam isn't on it. He's my friend too, and I respect the hell out of him. That's exactly why what happened earlier won't be happening again." She narrowed her eyes, looking like she wanted to say something else about it, but her expression betrayed the exact moment she thought better of it. "Understood." Frustrated, I drained the last of my blood, grimacing at the chemical aftertaste. "The sun's coming up soon. I'd better hit the sack." She nodded, toying absently with her own glass. "Good idea. You'll need a good night's sleep for tomorrow night." I set down my glass, glad for the change of subject. "What's tomorrow night?" "We're heading up to the Council's estate near Sleepy Hollow for your vision quest." I frowned. Images of drugged-out shamans flittered through my head. "What exactly does that entail?" She shrugged. "It's pretty straightforward. You drink a special tea that will bring on visions. Afterward, we'll interpret the symbols to figure out your magical path." I rubbed my forehead. All this talk of paths and symbols and other woo-woo stuff made my head hurt. "Can I ask you something?" She smiled. "Of course. Have you considered the possibility that I don't have any special magical skills?" Maisie crossed her arms and smiled ruefully. "Of course not, Sabina. You have a demon familiar. I'd say that's a pretty clear sign you've got some magic in you." I shook my head. "Yeah, but isn't that pretty standard stuff? The summoning is common, yes, but most mages can only control a demon long enough to carry out a specific spell. Very few can control one for long periods. The fact that you can do so without really thinking about it is quite remarkable." I rolled my eyes. If anyone had bothered to ask me, which they obviously hadn't, I'd tell them I didn't control Giggle at all. Sure, I could command him to change to and from demon form, but otherwise I spent most of my time doing damage control or arguing with him. Call me crazy, but if I really controlled Giggle, shouldn't he be more, submissive? "Look," Maisie continued, "go to bed. Tomorrow we'll have some answers and can formulate a plan. Until then, there's no need to worry." I nodded. "Okay, I'll see you tomorrow night." I moved toward the door. "Oh, Sabina? You might not want to eat anything between now and the vision quest." I paused with the hand on the doorknob. Considering I'd spent a good portion of my night worshipping the porcelain goddess, Maisie's words didn't comfort me about the relative painlessness of the vision quest. "Why?" She paused as if choosing her words carefully. "You're better off with an empty stomach. Trust me." It was clear she wasn't talking about blood. It's a myth that vampires are undead. The old movies that claimed we never ate food were wrong. Truth is, we're born just like humans. We get hungry and thirsty, and satisfy those needs with real food. The only difference is we also need blood to satisfy a more urgent hunger. The food didn't sustain us by itself, but we definitely enjoyed a good burger as much as any mortal did. As I made my way back to my room, I realized that Maisie didn't know me at all if she thought I could trust anyone that easily. Chapter 7. "I received this today while you were sleeping." Orpheus tossed a letter on the table. His office was on the first floor, where all the administrative offices for the council were located. He stood behind his massive oak desk, looking more like an angry politician than an ancient mage. He'd summoned Maisie and me to his office right as we headed toward the courtyard to leave for the crossroads. At first, I was relieved at the delay. After Maisie's warning about having an empty stomach, I was not looking forward to putting myself through another potentially nauseating rite. But when I opened the letter and was hit with legalese so thick it made my eyes ache, my relief was short-lived. Maisie was reading over my shoulder. I gladly handed the paper to her. She read it for a moment, her eyes widening with each line. "What is it?" I asked. "This," she said with a grim expression, "is the fallout from your little fight in Central Park last night. The Shade is demanding a duel." I frowned. What the hell? You injured werewolves under the protection of the Shade, Orpheus said. He's demanding you fight the leader of the pack to pay for your crime. Can someone please tell me who the Shade is? I asked. The werewolves had invoked that name like they'd been speaking about some mysterious force of nature. I just wanted to know why I should give a damn he was pissed at me. He's a vampire, Maisie said. Runs the Black Light District. The Hekate Council trusts him to keep the peace between the non-mage dark races in the city. You're lucky it's just a duel. He's not known for taking infractions lightly. Wait, you don't seriously think I'm going to do this? Two solemn gazes met my incredulous one. Sabina, you broke the rules, Orpheus said. Poaching on were territory is forbidden. But even if that could be overlooked, you injured two wares under the Shade's protection. The alpha of their pack is totally within rights to challenge you. But I didn't know I was poaching, I said, and they came after me. Why am I being punished for defending myself? Ignorance does not excuse your actions, Orpheus said. Dark race relations are sensitive enough as is with this war brewing. If I override the Shade, it will send the wrong message to both the wares and the vamps in the city. You will report to the Shade's bar for the fight tomorrow night. And if I refuse? Orpheus stared at me hard. Then, Maisie's sister or not, I will personally deliver you to the Shade. Rhea waited in the courtyard with Giggle and the young female who'd assisted her during the cleansing ritual. Memory of the noxious potion they'd had me drink made bile rise in my throat. This is my assistant, Damara, Rhea said. I hope you don't mind if she assists me in administering the vision quest. I forced a smile at the girl. Not at all. Hi, Damara. The assistant ignored my outstretched hand. Instead, she asked Rhea, Shall we get going? I shrugged off her dismissal. She was young, and judging from her slouched posture and the all-black ensemble, was probably in the throes of some sort of teen rebellion phase. Shotgun, Giggle called. He'd insisted on joining us on this little expedition. I'd considered refusing, but figured he'd get in less trouble if I kept him close. I grabbed his arm before he could leap for the car. You're in the back. We'll let Rhea or Maisie sit up front. I'm fine with the back, Maisie said. Giggle can sit between us. And that's how I ended up crammed in the back seat with my demon and my sister. It could have been worse, though, I mused. At least Giggle had the bitch seat. We'd been on the road for 45 minutes already. New York's concrete and steel had given way to trees and open sky. I tilted my head and looked at the moon. A shadow passed over the pale crescent. Wings. Looked like Strikes had arrived just in time for the festivities. Sabina, Maisie said, peering around Giggle's large green head. I'm sorry if Orpheus was abrupt earlier. I shifted in the seat to look at her. What's his deal, anyway? I thought you were the leader of the council. Technically I am, but I'm really only a figurehead. In ancient times, a spiritual class ruled mages, but over time we transitioned to a democracy. So the council is elected, but my position passes on through our bloodline. My role is more spiritual and diplomatic. Orpheus really runs things. It's kind of like the Queen of England and the Prime Minister. Gotcha, I said. That explains why he's so worried about relations between all the races, then. Yes, exactly. I'm sorry you have to fight the duel, but I'm afraid there's no way around it. Duel? Giggle said, perking up. I'll tell you later. Orpheus's heavy-handedness had annoyed me, but the truth was, I kind of looked forward to the duel now. All this magic stuff made me feel like I was in over my head. But fighting? Now that was something I felt comfortable doing. Why is the estate way out here? I asked to change the subject. Rhea turned in her seat to look at me. The Hekate Council prefers the security for our sacred rituals. It's harder to control the environment in the city. We also enjoy the space the estate affords us, And of course, there's the sacred grove. There's a ley line running under the spot." "Ley line?" Gigul asked. I was glad he asked instead of me. The term sounded familiar, but the fact I couldn't remember what it was served as yet another reminder of my utter ignorance when it came to magical stuff. "They're like rivers of concentrated magical energy running through the earth," Maisie said. "They add power to all our rituals and spells." "Anyway," Rhea continued, "the other reason we like it out here is a lot of mages live in Sleepy Hollow. The chaotic energy of the city is too much for many of our kind. The local humans think these mages are just humans with pagan beliefs, and everyone gets along. It's nice." Soon, the headlights glared off a set of large gates in the middle of the road. The two sides met to form an iron Hecate's wheel similar to the one at the Britannia Place, only bigger. Underneath the symbol, letters spelled out the name of the estate. "Crossroads?" I read aloud. "Hekate is the goddess of the crossroads," Maisie explained, "among other things." The area tingled with magical wards. I also noted several mundane security measures like the ones Adam pointed out the night before at Britannia Place. "This reminds me of the adamantine gate in Urkala," Gigul said, looking around. "The only thing it's missing is that bitch Cerberus." I looked over my shoulder. "Wait, the three-headed dog is female?" "Duh, yeah. She's got a serious case of eternal PMS, too." "Good to know." A long dirt road cut through the heavy woods for another mile before the house appeared like an apparition through the leaves. The building was a collection of stone towers, balconies, and elaborate geometric designs done in terracotta and ochre. My eyes moved restlessly over the facade, trying to digest the colorful mosaic of architectural styles, Moorish, Victorian, Gothic, with a dash of the Prairie School here and there. I'd never seen anything like it, and I certainly hadn't expected such an odd headquarters for the Hekate Council. Back in California, the Dominay's compound was a stately Mediterranean-style mansion. But this reminded me of something out of Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves, or the Brothers Grimm. Damara pulled the car to a stop in front of the steps leading to a wide archway. I got out and took stock. The house was imposing up close, like the fairy-tale fortress of an eccentric wizard. Rhea clapped her hands and rubbed them together. "All righty then. Who's ready for a vision quest?" Chapter 8. The nausea hit almost immediately. I curled up into the fetal position on a pile of dead leaves. Cold sweat blossomed on my back and forehead. "Easy. Don't fight it. It will pass soon," Rhea said, mopping my face with a cool, damp cloth. Hunching over, I retched as my stomach emptied on the roots of an ancient oak. Between heaves, I cursed Rhea in colorful language. She just rubbed my back and said nothing. When no bile was left to toss, I fell onto my back, my eyes clenched tight. My stomach gurgled. "If I shit my pants, I'm going to kill you." I rolled onto my side. My head swam like another bout of cookie tossing was imminent. I lay very still and breathed through my nose until it passed. Frickin' Maisie, with her, "It's relatively painless." When the world was done spinning, I was going to kick her understatement-making ass. "I hate everyone right now." Rhea chuckled softly. "I know. It will pass soon, and the visions will begin." I swallowed and nodded. Given the experience so far, I wasn't looking forward to the vision portion. Rhea assured me the visions would give us clues about my magical path. From the looks of things so far, the path would be covered in puke. Earlier, when Rhea led me into the oak grove, torches burned around the perimeter of the clearing, casting orange light and shadows on Rhea's face. My steps faltered when I saw the stone altar at the center. Rhea urged me forward with a hand at my back. Energy thrummed through me as I approached. With each step, the intensity grew. I glanced back at Maisie, who nodded encouragingly. Giggle gave me a thumbs up and then joined Damara near the entrance of the grove. I took a deep breath and steeled my resolve. Part of me wondered why I continued to put myself through these weird and nauseating mage rituals. But the truth was, I was willing to do just about anything that would infuriate my grandmother. She hated mages more than just about anything in the world. Nothing would piss her off more than finding out I'd gone to the dark side, so to speak. Maybe it wasn't rational, but I also liked the idea of being able to zap the shit out of her the next time we met. And if going through this crazy vision quest thingy helped me learn those skills, I'd do it. Given the solemn atmosphere, I was surprised to see Rhea pull a red thermos from a backpack at her feet. Without much pomp or circumstance, she poured the tea into the little plastic cup. Bottoms up. I took an experimental sniff. It smells like ass. Rhea nodded. Yup, drink up now. She placed a hand under the cup to guide it to my lips. What the hell? Might as well get this over with. The first sip nearly made me gag. When she'd first mentioned tea, I'd been expecting something like Earl Grey or lemon zinger. Instead, the liquid tasted oily and bitter, like evil. What the hell is in this? Ayahuasca. Ayuwada? She repeated it slowly. It means spirit root. It's only found in the Amazon. Shamans there use it to induce visions and gain insight. The brew contains other ingredients, but if I told you, I'd have to kill you, she joked lamely. I couldn't help but wonder if the tea would kill me before I'd have a chance to make her tell me. Now, she continued, chug-a-lug. You've got to be kidding. I'll puke. She muttered something under her breath that sounded like, if you only knew. Louder, she said, stop being a baby. The faster you drink it, the less you'll notice the taste. I looked at her skeptically, then I shrugged and gulped down the rest of the vile potion. Gasping for breath, I tossed down the cup and glared at Rhea. See, not so bad, was... She probably continued her thought, but I was suddenly too busy being doubled over as the first tidal wave of nausea hit. 30 minutes of torture had passed, but now things seemed to be calming down. Before, even a slight breeze made me turn green. But now I could actually open my eyes without wishing for the sweet release of death. Better? Rhea asked, leaning over me. Not trusting myself to speak, I nodded slowly, staring up at the shadowed leaves above. A crisp breeze swooped through the clearing. Leaves danced on the wind like autumn's confetti. Odd, I said, as the leaves swirled and dipped. They left colorful light tracers in their wake. What is it? Those leaves. I lifted a heavy hand to point, but it dropped back to the ground. What about them? Pretty. My body felt heavy, as if I'd become rooted in the soil. The ley line buzzed in my ears, calling to me. Rhea patted my shoulder. Just relax now, and let the visions come. I barely heard her. My thoughts scattered and rolled like mercury. Leaves swirled above me like neon streamers. At first, they undulated hypnotically, gained speed and switched direction, shooting toward me like arrow-tipped ribbons. Orange and purple became blue and red. The ribbons braided together in a double helix. My DNA lit up the night. The braid rises above me, up, up, up. Split apart, flying. Blue jay and cardinal soar together. Honey-eyed song. No words, but I understand. Laughter. They sing upon the branch, my song, the song of my sister. Movement morphing. Serpent appears, slithering toward the pair. Must warn them. Move. Fly. The snake opens its maw and waits. Blue and red fly into the dark cave. Ruby eyes sparkle against black scales, frozen. Mouth opens. A flash of bloody iron fangs. The skeleton clock is ticking, ticking, ticking. Wind whips up like the serpent's tail. Scales scald my skin. Forked tongue licks away tears. No, no, no! Iron fangs flashing, piercing, sucking. Blood first, then body. Sliding down forever. Solid gives way to void. Water dripping, cold clammy fear. Black everywhere. Shadow upon shadow. Souls whisper from beyond, "We will obey." The midnight dogs emerge from the gloomy crossroads. Eyes of fire beckon, command me to follow. Into the cavern, deeper. Blood drips from stalactites into the pool. Dark whispers, darker laughter. A black swan glides across the mirrored surface. Faces reflected. Ones I knew, ones I loved, ones I'd killed. She rises from the water. Dry white robes flutter in an unfelt breeze. She is lit from the inside. Untouchable, ethereal. Fall to my knees. Forgive me. Sobbing now. So sorry. Kissing her hem. Butterfly lips on my skin. Gone. She's gone. Again. The skeleton clock is ticking, ticking, ticking. Time to go. A male appears. His face is hidden in shadows. Unknown, yet known. Dead, yet alive. He takes my hand. Together we fly. I am the breeze on my face. I am the serpent's tail. I am the end and the beginning. I am the night. I am the night. I am the night. Chapter 9. The room was silent when I finished talking. I was relieved Amara had taken Giggle for a tour of the grounds to give us some privacy. It was bad enough telling Maisie and Rhea about my freaky visions. What was worse, the stoic expression on their faces when I finished told me I wouldn't like their interpretation. Maisie cleared her throat. "You're certain that's everything?" I nodded. "I think so. Why?" Maisie and Rhea shared a look. "The symbols you recounted confirm a vision Maisie had several months ago. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?" I was leaning toward bad, since the darkness of the vision still clung to me like a shadow. The females were silent, as if weighing how much to tell me. "Will someone please just tell me what they mean?" Rhea smiled serenely. "Sabina, what do you know about the Prescarium Lilitu?" "The Book of Prophecies?" I crossed my arms. "Adam told me in California you guys believe some of the prophecies Lilith outlined in the book are coming true. Whatever that means." "He's right. They are coming true," Maisie said. "And your vision quest confirms it." "Wait," I waved an arm. "How do you know? Adam told me the Cast of Nod is rumored to have the only copy of the Prescarium Lilitu." The Cast of Nod was supposedly a mysterious cabal of dark races. From what I could tell, no one really knew what exactly they did besides protect the book. However, their name had been invoked for centuries to scare kids. The dark race version of the boogeyman. It's true we don't have access to the sacred text, but over the centuries, parts of the prophecies have been leaked. Maisie's visions over the last several months corroborate what we've been told about them. So what does this have to do with me? All this talk of secret sects and prophecies made my skin feel too tight. The images you shared just now confirm you're a chthonic mage. Rhea looked at me like she'd just made some huge revelation, but I had no freaking clue what a chthonic mage was. "And?" "A chthonic mage is a type of mage who manipulates dark energy to manifest magic," Maisie whispered helpfully. "Dark energy? You mean like black magic?" "The concepts of white and black magic are constructs of superstitious mortals," Rhea said. "In truth, there is no absolute good or absolute evil. Chthonics tap into ancient, primordial energy of the earth. We're talking the heavy stuff here. Death, fertility, the underworld, The dark feminine. Sonic powers are very rare, Maisie added, and the fact that you have them is a big deal. Lilith and Hekate are both sonic goddesses, and your powers are heavily connected to their energy. The two females looked at me expectantly, their eyes glowing with excitement I didn't feel. That's funny. I don't feel sonic. Maisie frowned, clearly not amused. That's where Rhea comes in. She's going to train you to harness all that energy. And once you do, you'll be a formidable mage. I sighed. Look, I get that you guys think this is a big deal, but I have trouble buying it. If I'm so powerful, why haven't I ever been able to do magic? Maisie blinked. We've discussed this. You have done magic. The mere fact that you can not only summon a demon, but keep one as your minion is proof. I rubbed my chest absently. Okay, I'll give you that. But how does all this tie into the Lilith prophecy? Maisie held a hand toward the door. I need to show you something. Smudges of dread appeared in my stomach. Some part of me understood the importance of all this, but my mind had switched into skeptic mode out of self-defense. She led me through the house and up the stairs to a round room set in a tower. Rhea followed silently and stopped just inside the doorway. The indigo ceiling had been painted with stars to look like the night sky. On the floor, a circle of blood marked this room as a place of magic. And in the center, a large table sat like an altar. Except instead of being an actual altar, the surface was covered in tubes of oil paint, rags, and canvases. The scent of turpentine hung heavily, but I found it a nice reprieve from the constant onslaught of sandalwood I'd been exposed to since I'd arrived in New York. What is this room? I call it the Star Chamber. I use it as my studio when I'm here. Being so close to the ley line tends to make my visions come more often than when I'm in the city. She walked across the room to where a sheet covered an easel. This painting is the one I did after I had the vision of you a few months ago. She lifted the sheet slowly, revealing swirls of color inch by inch. Finally, the entire painting was revealed, and I caught my breath. The central figure, a female with black and red hair streaming behind her, soared with her face upturned towards some light source, maybe a moon just off the edge of the canvas. In her right hand she held a golden lotus, and in her left, something that looked like an egg. Her body glowed against a dark background of swirling blacks, blues, and purple. Far below, a flower garden spread out like scattered jewels. The entire thing had a dark, dreamy quality. But beyond that, I felt this odd sense of déjà vu, as if I'd seen this image before. Pretty, I murmured, moving closer. Now I could see faces in the churning colors of the night sky. What does it mean? Maisie nodded. The vision came to me right after the mages started disappearing. It was a dark time, and I'd been praying to Hekate for guidance. I'd promised our grandmother I wouldn't look for you until after she passed. She'd been the one to enter into the agreement with the Domine after we were born to keep our existences a secret from each other, so it made sense. She passed a year ago, and then mages started disappearing, and the council came to me, hoping I could help them locate those missing. She motioned to the painting. When this came to me, I knew it was time to find you, and that somehow you'd be instrumental in helping us find those who went missing. So I asked Adam to go to California. I looked at the female in the painting again. Even though her face was obscured, I had to admit the hair was a dead giveaway for her identity. Or was it? But how did you know this was me? After all, it could just as easily be you. Maisie shook her head. Look closely. She has the 8-pointed star on her right shoulder. I squinted and leaned in. Sure enough, a tiny star lay exactly where mine was in real life. Wait, I met the fairy who was the midwife at our birth. She said you have the same birthmark. I do. Maisie turned her left shoulder and pulled down the fabric of her shirt. But mine is on the opposite side. That's weird. Seeing my birthmark on Maisie's shoulder made me feel disoriented. For so many years I'd hid the mark, since my grandmother believed it was a reminder of my shameful beginnings. And here was a person who shared the same mark, but felt no shame whatsoever about it. Do you think it means something that our marks are mere images? I asked. Maisie smiled. Sabina, I'm an oracle. I believe everything involving symbols is significant. But I have no idea what it means. I'm sure it will reveal itself in time, though. But even if the birthmark wasn't a clue, there are others. For example, the fact that it's clearly night could speak to the fact that you live like a vampire, active only at night. Plus, I don't just read the symbols. I also have to trust my visceral instincts, and in this case, I know it's you because it feels like you. Clearly, I was out of my depth with all this talk of symbols and prophecies and feelings, but I nodded anyway. So you said this told you to look for me to help find the mages. But there's obviously more to it, right? Yes, the timing of the vision was what told me you'd be involved in finding the mages. But the image itself told me you had a far larger role to play. The golden lotus is a major symbol for Lilith, and the scene itself recreates the flight of Lilith from the Garden of Eden after she was spurned by Adam. I cocked my head. Now that she mentioned it, I realized that's why the image felt so familiar. Every vampire is taught the dark race version of the creation story. Lilith was the first wife in Eden, created from dust just like Adam. They were supposed to be equals, but when she demanded Adam lay beneath her during sex, he balked. Tired of his heavy-handed ways, she invoked the forbidden name of God and flew from the garden. I remember the story, I said, but I don't get what it has to do with me. Rhea came forward then. Remember what we said about the Chosen uniting the dark races? The prophecy, as we know it, predicts Lilith's return. Call me crazy, but I think a vision where you're literally recreating Lilith's emancipation from Eden is a pretty clear sign you're this new Lilith. I had no response to that bombshell. I was literally speechless. Not because I felt overwhelmed with honor or anything, but because the idea was so freaking ridiculous my mind exploded. Maisie watched me closely, allowing me to process her revelation. Rhea, however, misinterpreted my silence as awe. I know it's a lot to take in, but with the war looming, we don't have time to waste. We need to get your training started immediately so you'll be prepared. I waved my hands in the air and shook my head, as if trying to shake off the crazy. Hold on just a damned minute. Prepared for what? Haven't you been listening? Rhea said. Your destiny is to unite all the dark races. In order to do that, you have to learn to harness your magic. And by unite the dark races, you mean what exactly? Overcome centuries of hostility among the races, bring us all together peacefully, and lead us. A bark of laughter escaped my lips. Right. I'll get right on that. Sarcasm is the weak mind's crutch, Sabina, Rhea said. You can do better than that. I crossed my arms. How about this? You're both insane. I'm not a leader. Not yet, but you will be, Rhea countered. Look, lady, I get that you believe all this woo-woo bullshit. I motioned wide to indicate the painting, the prophecy, the vision quest, everything they'd told me. The females frowned at me. But I'm a realist. I don't believe in destiny. I don't believe in prophecies. And I sure as hell don't believe in being some foretold chosen. Why not? Maisie said. Because I believe in free will, choice, and I choose not to be the chosen. It doesn't work that way, Sabina, Rhea said. The universe has a plan for you. You can insulate yourself from the truth by believing in the illusion of choice, But one way or the other, your choices will eventually take you exactly where the universe wants you to go. Seeing we weren't ever going to agree on the issue of fate, I decided to try another tactic. What if you're wrong about all this? Maisie and Rhea frowned. What do you mean? I pointed to the painting. You admitted you have to interpret the symbols in your dreams, which means there's a chance you'll misinterpret them. So I repeat, what if you're wrong? There's always a margin of error, but in this case the evidence is quite strong I'm correct. In addition to the proof I've mentioned, there's something else. You've survived being staked by an applewood not once, but twice. That's pretty remarkable, given no other vampire could survive such an attack. Neither could a mage, without immediate intervention, by the way. So that begs the question, why are you immune? One could argue it's because you have a special purpose that requires super preternatural powers. I rolled my eyes. Or one could argue that the mixing of my blood gave me the immunity. Have you ever been staked? She shook her head and frowned. Right, so how do you know you're not also immune? If it's all right with you, I think I'll skip trying it out just to see. I smiled tightly. And you still haven't answered my question. What if you're wrong? Maisie crossed her arms. If I'm wrong, then the universe will offer another sign to help us correct course. Oh, that's convenient. Look, I'm sorry if this offends you, but what you call evidence, I call delusions. You want to prove something to me? Don't offer up dream analysis and drug-induced hallucinations. Show me hard evidence. Show me facts. But don't expect me to go all in on this chosen thing based on faith alone. Rhea smiled. Ah. I frowned at her knowing expression. What? Oh, nothing. It just makes sense now. You've lived your entire life following orders. The Dominé trained you to be a machine, trusting only their authority and ignoring your own instincts. But then you found out they lied to you, and you were forced to wake up. I'd imagine something like that makes it hard to trust anything or anyone, including yourself. My jaw tightened. Don't psychoanalyze me, Mancy. She laughed. It's not psychoanalysis. It's facts. Isn't that what you wanted? The Dominé betrayed you, and you did something about that. But now you're struggling. You're used to taking orders and using your fists to deal with problems. And now we're asking you to believe that there's more to you than being a death machine. We're asking you to rely on your instincts and tap into powers you were raised to hide. It's only natural you'd be scared. I leaned toward Rhea, towering over her. She met my menacing stare with a serene smile. Her lack of intimidation pissed me off even more. I'm not scared. Her eyes narrowed. Prove it. I don't have to prove anything to either of you. Then prove it to yourself. Prove that the Dominé didn't break you. Prove that there's more to you than fists and that chip on your shoulder. I realized then that the fists she referred to were clenched and ready to strike. I forced myself to relax, releasing the knots in my shoulders and allowing the blood back into my fingers. My anger was blinding me to Rhea's strategy, and I'd allowed her to poke at the recent tender wounds I'd hid behind layers of swagger. I see what you're doing, Mage. I fully expect you do. You're a smart girl. She smiled. I'll tell you what. You don't want to believe in the prophecy? That's cool. Time will tell whether it's true or not. Instead, why not focus on the other benefit of learning how to use your magic? I narrowed my eyes. What's that? You're already physically strong, no doubt about it. But think about the added advantage being able to use magic would give you in a fight. I paused, thinking it over. I'd been trained to be a killing machine when it came to vampires. But fighting magic users? The playing field suddenly changed to favor mages. That's how the race had survived so long, despite the vampires' hatred of them. During the last war, called the War of Blood, the mages were winning before they sued for peace and the Black Covenant was drawn up. Luckily for the vampire race, the mages weren't as bloodthirsty as their dark race rivals. If it had been the vampires in the lead, the world would be a very different place today. A mage-free one. And since vampires were now my enemy too, knowing how to use magic would definitely work in my favor. And as I recall, your grandmother isn't dead yet, Rhea continued as I thought it over. Chances are good you'll face her again at some point. Think about how shocked she'll be to learn you have a few new tricks up your sleeve. I cursed under my breath. The old woman was wily. I knew she was manipulating me. But damned if the image she'd painted didn't appeal to my ego. I'm not too proud to admit I would love to see the look on my grandmother's face when I used magic against her. She'd fucking flip her gourd. After all, she was the one who tried to do everything in her power to keep me from exploring my mage side. Becoming a kick-ass mage would piss her off, big time. I felt a smile spread on my lips. Just so we're clear, I still don't buy that I'm destined to lead the dark races. Fair enough, Rhea said. Behind her, Maisie's worried expression turned into a wide smile. However, Rhea wasn't done. But I reserve the right to say, I told you so, when it happens. I rolled my eyes. And I reserve the right to laugh in your face when it doesn't. She smiled. It's a deal. Chapter 10. Hold up. They think you're a what? Giggle's claws held up his face as he lay on his stomach. He kicked his hooves behind him like a 16-year-old at a slumber party. I nudged him with my hip to sit down. It was my bed, after all. Thonic, I enunciated. I guess it's some kind of dark magic involving death and sex and stuff. His shaggy eyebrows raised. Awesome. I shot him a look. You think so? Hell yes. Think about it, Sabina. You're gonna be so kick-ass once you know how to do that stuff. I thought I was already kick-ass, I said with a raised eyebrow. Well, yeah, but now you'll have wicked mage skills to back up your vampire ones. I shrugged. I guess so. Wait, why aren't you more excited about all this? I plucked a string on the comforter. There's something else. He rolled his goat eyes. Isn't there always with you? This from a mischief demon. I ignored his dig and explained about the prophecy. Giggle's face remained expressionless during the explanation, although once I got to the part about the cast of Nod, he sat up straighter. Ooh, I've heard of them. Really? Where'd you hear about them? Duh, we're not totally cut off in Urkala. We hear things about you Earth-dwellers from the demons who are summoned here for nefarious purposes. For some reason, I figured demons didn't pay much attention to dark races politics on Earth. A lot of times when people used the term dark races, they included the demons. Technically, though, demons were their own species, since they existed before Lilith was even created. So while the vampires, mages, and fairies squabbled like angry siblings over who was in Lilith's favor, demons pretty much stayed out of it. It was complicated, though, because Lilith became Queen of Urkala when she married Asmodeus, and then went on to have her own demon offspring, which meant some demons were related to the rest of the dark races, and some weren't. Frankly, the whole dark race genealogy thing made my head hurt. Okay, so what did you hear? He leaned in with the posture of a conspirator. Word is, the cast gets together every year for a huge orgy, somewhere near San Francisco. I huffed out a breath. No offense, G, but that's not exactly the kind of intel I was looking for. Well, excuse me, O chosen one. I glared at him. Don't call me that. His lips curled wickedly. Would you prefer New Lilith? I swatted his arm. I'd prefer it if you'd be serious for a second. I don't know what to do here. He frowned. Why do you have to do anything about it? You said yourself you don't believe in fate, so do what you think is right. If Maisie's right and you have a destiny, then it sounds like your choices will lead you where you need to go anyway. My mouth fell open. I wasn't used to receiving practical advice from Giggle. But the weird thing? He was totally right. I didn't have to make any decisions tonight. As far as I was concerned, Maisie's prophecy didn't change my original plan. I'd just go through the magic training and use it to suit my own purposes. When'd you become so insightful? He smiled wickedly. Lady, I piss insight. As much as I'd bitched about having to do this stupid werewolf duel, the truth was, I was looking forward to it. After Rhea and Maisie's revelations the night before, I needed to work out some tension. Rhea kept harping about how I needed to rely on my physicality less and my intuition more. But I'd found a good fight is the best form of stress relief around. Speaking of Rhea, Maisie had appointed the old mage as my chaperone. She explained that as the leader of the mage race, it wasn't safe or proper for her to enter the Blacklight district. What exactly is a Blacklight district? I asked. It's where the rougher elements of the city's dark races go to indulge a variety of vices. Strip clubs, brothels, the usual, Rhea explained. The shade works out of a bar there called Vane. I'd argued that I didn't need a chaperone at all, but had been overruled. Luckily, no one saw a problem with me taking Giggle for moral support. That's fine, but how are you going to get him there? Maisie asked. What do you mean? Sabina, you can't wander through the city with a demon. And if he's in cat form, you're going to have problems using public transportation. Oh, I said. I hadn't thought of that. Rhea piped up. I have an idea. She performed a little mojo, and a duffel bag of sorts appeared in her hands. Giggle eyed the bag with suspicion. I know you don't think I'm getting in that thing. I shot Giggle a look. Don't be a baby. It's just to get from here to the bar. I'm sure you can switch back to demon form once we get there. I glanced at Rhea for confirmation. She nodded. I don't know, Red. It's embarrassing, he said. Look, I don't have time to argue right now. Either you're coming in the carrier or you're not coming at all. The demon crossed his arms, looking just like a pouty toddler. Fine. Getting to the bar was its own headache. After we took a cab to Hell's Kitchen, Rhea led us to a hole-in-the-wall Chinese takeout joint. She led us into what appeared from the outside to be a walk-in freezer. We walked into the cold room, past shelves filled with slabs of meat. After she closed the door in, Rhea moved to the back and pulled on a meat hook. The sound of metal scratching against concrete made me flinch. The false wall opened to reveal a set of stairs. At the bottom, a short hallway took us to a door marked Private. This is it. Go ahead and let him change back now. I put the duffel down next to the door and unzipped it. Okay, G, time to switch back. After the transformation, Giggle took the clothes I'd brought along. That bag constitutes demon abuse, he complained as he changed. I nodded impatiently, keeping my eyes averted. He looked ridiculous in the gray sweats and red Demons Are Horny t-shirt. But I'd be damned if I was walking into a club with a nude demon. Once he was done, Rhea opened the door. A mage bouncer sat on a stool just inside. He nodded at Rhea like he knew her and waved us in. Even though Rhea had told me Vane was dark races only, it surprised me to see all the races mixing so casually. Back in L.A., you'd never see mages sitting cheek to fang with vampires without fights breaking out. Not to mention you never saw werewolves in California. Nymphs and other fairies were common in L.A., but they mainly had their own hangouts. Back in California, vamps were at the top of the food chain, and the dominé ran everything with iron fists. That's not to say mages or fairies didn't exist there, but they tended to avoid interactions with us. Occasionally, a brave mage would wander into a vamp bar, but it rarely ended well. But here, I got the impression that the races not only tolerated each other, but that they even hung out. Odd. "Looks like we're not in Kansas anymore, Toto," I whispered to Giggle. "No shit," the demon replied. "You're supposed to bring demons in through the back entrance for the fights." The bartender was a vamp with a thick neck and greasy copper hair. The name Earl was embroidered into his black shirt. He eyed Giggle as if he expected him to tear down the place any minute. Meanwhile, his gray dish rag made lazy circles on the bar. "That won't be an issue," Rhea said reasonably. "I'm here to see—" "Look, lady, I don't have time for this. Demons aren't allowed in the main bar. If you want to stay, you're gonna have to take him to the basement." Rhea slammed a hand on the bar, impeding the rag's progress across the sticky surface. "I have an appointment." Thus far, I'd only seen her in her Earth Mother guise, but I enjoyed this tough side to Rhea. She wore it well. The bartender stopped wiping and glared at Rhea. "I don't give a rat's ass if you're meeting the Queen of Fae, lady. Take the demon outside before I do it for you." Giggle snorted behind me. "I'd like to see you try, Fang boy." He lowered his voice a couple of octaves for effect. I tried not to roll my eyes at his posturing. Although, truth be told, I would enjoy watching Earl try to move Giggle, but only if I had popcorn and a good seat from which to watch the fireworks. Rhea leaned over the bar and grabbed the bartender's collar. "I don't think you're using your ears. I have an appointment with the Shade." Tension crackled, and patrons swiveled their eager gazes to the standoff at the bar. I think I even heard a pin drop somewhere back near the pool tables. Just then, a phone on the back bar rang. The shrill sound cut through the electric silence like a knife. Unlike most normal phones, this one had no buttons, just a single red light, which flashed maniacally with each ring. "That would be your boss," Rhea said quietly. She jerked his head toward the phone and released the bartender. "Answer it." Earl scowled, but hurried over and picked up the receiver. As he whispered into the mouthpiece, he looked across the bar and up at a large mirror in an ornate frame. It hung near the balcony on the second floor. Obviously, someone was keeping an eye on things. I sensed a presence behind the mirrored surface. I couldn't see anyone, but I could feel eyes on me. I ignored the hairs prickling on the back of my neck and focused on having Rhea's back in case this all went south. The bartender hung up and came back over, looking sheepish. "I apologize for the misunderstanding. The Shade said you should go down to the locker rooms behind the fight pit to get ready for the duel. It will begin in half an hour." Giggle leaned in and whispered in my ear, "Remind me not to cross Rhea." I nodded and looked at Rhea. The aggression she displayed a few minutes ago had evaporated. She flashed an easy smile to the bartender. "Thanks." The bartender looked at the mirror, hesitating. "He also asked me to tell you the demon isn't allowed in the fight area. You'll have to stay here. Now wait I began. Rhea grabbed my arm for silence. "That will be fine," she said. "Please make sure he's taken care of while we're gone." "Rhea, what are you doing?" She put her mouth to my ear. "We're not in a position to make demands here, Sabina. They don't want you to sick him on anyone if you lose." I glanced at Giggle. He shrugged. "It's fine with me. Just don't get yourself killed, okay?" "Thanks for the vote of confidence." "I'm here to help." "Behave yourself while I'm gone, please." He tried to look innocent. "Who, me?" Other than the altercation in Central Park with the lone wolves, I'd never fought a werewolf. Rhea, however, knew a thing or two, and used the few minutes before the fight to give me some pointers. She led me to a small room, which looked like a locker room of sorts. She held up a square package and a bottle of glue. "Silverleaf, for your fangs." I frowned. "My fangs?" She nodded. "Some vamps use silver caps against the wares, but the leaf is better. When you break the skin, it flakes off and gets into their bloodstream." "Will it kill him?" "No, it takes a major dose of silver directly to the heart to kill a were, but this will hurt him like hell and slow him down." "Is all this really necessary?" She shot me a look. "The full moon is a week or so away, so he won't be in full were form. But even so, he'll be incredibly strong. Plus, he's pissed you harmed members of his pack. You'll need every advantage you can get." Sighing, I took the supplies from her. I wiped a finger across my teeth to dry them. Then I brushed some of the adhesive on both fangs. The fumes made my eyes water. Rhea helped me press the thin sheets of silver on the enamel. "Keep your mouth open for a sec so the glue can dry." While I stood there with my mouth open, she busied herself covering my chest, arms, and neck with more of the leaf. By the time she was done, I felt like the Tin Man. I finally closed my mouth. The glue tasted like ass, and the silver leaf had flaked off on my tongue. I choked as a few flecks tickled the back of my throat. "It's best if you can bite a vein, but just breaking the skin will help." I looked at myself in the mirror. With my new blinged-out fangs and metallic skin, I hardly recognized myself. "I thought you were all about non-aggression," I said. She shrugged. "Normally I am, but sometimes aggression is warranted, especially when it's in self-defense. If you didn't fight the Alpha tonight, his pack would hunt you down. At least this way you have a fighting chance." I nodded at her practical approach. "What else do I need to know?" "The fight is to the surrender. Since he's the leader of his pack, surrender will mean he's dishonored, and they'll kill him anyway. So for him, it's a fight to the death. He'll be out for blood from the word go." "That's comforting. What happens if I kill him?" She frowned. "All his property will pass to you, but I would recommend you avoid killing him at all costs. This is about settling a debt, not murder." I ignored that. I'd do what I had to do to win, no matter what the consequences. "Are weapons allowed?" She shook her head. "No, that'd be too easy. This is hand-to-hand, all the way." I nodded, digesting that. Hand-to-hand I could definitely handle. "I don't think I have to remind you to be careful." I shot her a look. "It's not like I want to be injured, Rhea." "I know. It's just your sister would be devastated if something happens, as would I. If this wasn't such a complicated situation, Maisie would never have allowed you to fight." My eyes narrowed. "Don't worry. I'll make sure to survive so your plans for me won't get screwed up." "Sabina, I'm not talking about the prophecy." Rhea sent me a sad look. "Is it really so hard to believe someone would be worried about you just because we care?" Yeah, it was, actually. But I didn't want to argue with her. Instead, I took a deep breath. "Let's do this." Chapter 11. Rhea led me to a dim room. A fight pit sat in the center, with a couple of bare bulbs offering the only illumination. I'd expected an eager crowd of weirs shouting for my blood. Instead, 2 lone males stood under the light. I found the lack of witnesses and the silence more intimidating than I would have an unruly crowd. The one on the right nodded slightly as we approached. Sabina Kane. The scent of wet dog and apple juice drifted to my nose. His hair was wet with the stuff, and his hand was sticky with it. I certainly wasn't going to clue him in that the forbidden fruit had no effect on me. I nodded back. "And you are?" "Michael Romulus." He offered a hand to shake. I looked at it a second, wondering if it was a trick, but his eyes held steady, almost a dare. I gripped his rough palm with just enough pressure to let him know I meant business. He met my gaze levelly and squeezed back just enough to let me know he didn't give a shit if I was female. He meant business too. Funny, his calm confidence and rangy frame didn't scream alpha male. He was wearing khakis, for Christ's sakes. If anything, his companion looked more the part, with his bulging biceps and hairy knuckles. But I knew better than to underestimate Michael. Sometimes the smaller packages held the nastiest surprises. Besides, I might not know much about werewolves, but I knew one didn't rise to alpha of a pack without some serious fighting skills. I pulled my hand from his and wiped it on my jeans. And him? I jerked my head in the direction of his companion. This is Rex, my second in command. He'll act as my witness. I nodded at the Hulk. This is Rhea Lazarus. The three exchanged polite nods. We've met, Michael said. I glanced at Rhea. I guess it shouldn't have surprised me that she knew the where, but I found it odd she hadn't mentioned it earlier. On the other hand, I guess it explained why she knew enough about them to help me prepare for the fight. Michael nodded at Rex, who pulled a sheet of paper from his pocket. Whereas Sabina Kane, hereafter known as the accused, is charged with poaching on territory reserved for the exclusive use of the Lone Wolf Pack and all its affiliates, led by one Michael Romulus, hereby known as the plaintiff, and whereas the accused also resisted vacating the territory when asked by representatives of the plaintiff, and whereas— I interrupted. Geez, what are you, a lawyer? Michael frowned. Yes. I rolled my eyes. Look, I got it. We don't need a bunch of legal mumbo-jumbo. I poached, unknowingly, I might add, and I hurt 2 of your guys, in self-defense, by the way. So now I have to fight you. Michael nodded. Our seconds will not interfere, and no weapons may be used. The fight is to the surrender. Do you agree to those terms? I think we both know surrender isn't an option. He inclined his head to acknowledge the truth of my statement. Shall we? I turned and walked back to the edge of the pit. Rhea put her hands on my shoulders. He's going to fight dirty. Over Rhea's shoulder, I watched Michael speaking quietly to his companion. And you think I won't? Rhea looked me in the eyes. Don't get cocky out there. That apple cologne he's wearing might not hurt you, but he's strong enough to rip off your head if you're not careful. I jerked a nod. Got it. A shadow moved behind a 2-way mirror set high in the wall. It could have been a trick of light, but I doubted it. Someone was watching us. The shade? Let us begin! Romulus's commanding voice sounded unnaturally loud in the dark room. Rhea squeezed my shoulder and backed away. Across the ring, Romulus's second did the same. My opponent walked calmly to the center of the pit. He raised one hand and beckoned me with a curl of his fingers. The corner of my mouth curled up. Anticipation thrummed through me. The delicious tension was kind of like the few moments leading to orgasm. My body yearned to fight. For the last few days I'd felt off-kilter, a stranger in a strange, magical land. But this filthy fight pit, with its blood-stained varnish on the floor and the lingering scent of sweat and violence, felt like a home away from home. I blocked everything out but Romulus, zeroed in on his eyes. My breath deepened, long, deep inhales followed by slow, emptying exhales. I reached down deep for the tight ball of rage I kept hidden for special occasions. It bloomed like a black rose inside me, releasing the bitterness I'd accumulated over the last month. I called up an image of my grandmother and transposed it on Michael's face. Oh yeah, I had plenty of wrath that needed venting on someone. Might as well be the werepuppy. Something must have changed on my face, because Romulus's eyes widened and he took a hesitant step back. My vision blurred around the edges as I flew toward my prey. If he'd been mortal, he wouldn't have seen me coming, but Romulus was a predator too. He spun away before I could sink my bared fangs into his flesh. He grabbed my arm and jerked me around, wrenching my shoulder. He swung a fist around and clocked me on the side of my face. Pain bloomed on my cheek, the sting of skin splitting open. I kicked back and caught him in the ribs. I spat a mouthful of red on the concrete. He crouched low, growling and baring his teeth. He leapt off his haunches and barreled into my midsection. I slammed into the wall. Air escaped my mouth in a whoosh. I looked up to see him barreling toward me. I spun out and caught him in the stomach with a side kick. He came up with a wicked backhand. I ran at him and wrapped my hands around him, propelling him back. He dug in, fighting the momentum. I clawed at his back, tearing his shirt and scoring my silver-caked nails across his flesh. He yelped and tore himself away. Tendrils of smoke lifted from the wounds. He looked up at me with feral eyes. We circled each other. Playtime was over. Time to end this. Rhea and Rex didn't make a sound. No words of encouragement or warning. Tension hung over the pit like a bubble filled to bursting. I flashed my fangs at Michael. You ready to surrender yet? He laughed humorously. I'm just toying with my food. Eat this. My fist crunched against his mouth, his teeth scraping my knuckles. For a guy who hated silver, his bones sure felt like metal. I followed the punch with a downward kick to his knee. True fact, it only takes 20 pounds of pressure to break a knee. I'm not sure if Romulus knew this before, but he sure as hell knew it now. He fell to the ground, gripping the broken joint. From the corner of my eye, I saw Rex make like he was about to step in. Don't even think about it. The menace in Rhea's voice was unmistakable. I stood over Michael. How about now? He looked up at me. His eyes glowed with hatred. Before I saw it coming, he grabbed my leg and pulled it out from under me. I fell flat on my back, the concrete jarring my spine and knocking the air from my lungs. Romulus's weight slammed into me, and he went to work on my face. Rivulets of blood blurred my vision, but the pain was clear as crystal and just as sharp. I bucked my hips and struggled to break free, but the hits kept coming. He finally stopped tenderizing my face and moved to my ribs. I felt one give way and puncture a lung. I wheezed for air through blood bubbles clogging my throat. Shit was getting serious, and I needed to do something before the pain overwhelmed me. Grabbing one of his flailing arms, I snapped with my fangs, not caring where they landed, as long as they got him somewhere. Finally, I got a hold of his forearm. I bit down as hard as I could, feeling flesh give way. Romulus jerked above me with a howl. He ripped the arm from my mouth, leaving a tag of skin behind. I spat it out, along with a mouthful of blood. With a trembling hand, I swiped the red from my eyes. No time for licking my wounds. The bite might have hurt him, but I was in worse shape. I struggled to my knees, wobbling slightly. Romulus kneeled nearby, his arm close to his body. Blood smeared the front of his khakis and shirt. Some of it was mine, obviously, but I'd managed to bite a good-sized chunk out of his arm. We both panted like wounded animals, watching each other. His arm smoked and sizzled. I think I saw a flash of bone as he released the useless arm to hang limply at his side. A cough rattled in my chest, causing a spark of pain at my side. But I wasn't done. Not by a long shot. Surrender was never an option. Unlike Romulus, no one would kill me if I gave up. But I'd have to live for eternity knowing I'd surrendered. I dragged myself off the ground and shambled toward him. He sighed and took a defensive position, raising his one good arm to form a fist. We fell into each other like two boxers at the end of a brutal round, holding each other up with our stubbornness, jabbing at ribs and kidneys and anything else we could reach. He collapsed to his knees, taking me with him. But still we punched. My head fell to his shoulder while my hands slapped at him. Opening my mouth seemed to take every ounce of strength remaining. My fangs broke the skin and sunk into his jugular. His body went stiff and then sagged. I tried to swallow blood to regain some strength, but the wound started bubbling and smoking. The few drops I got tasted like acid. With a final burst of strength, Romulus shoved me back. We both fell in a heap on the floor. The air rattled painfully from my lungs. My face felt like someone had taken a mallet to it, and the thought of trying to move made my muscles cramp and protest. Michael's own raspy breath sounded from nearby. He obviously wasn't faring much better. I swallowed. "You surrender?" I slurred. "Never." Footsteps approached from both sides. Shadows fell over us. The world tilted as hands locked behind my back, pulling me upright. I groaned in protest, but Rhea held on. I glanced sideways through swollen eyes to see Romulus receiving the same treatment from Rex. "Boss, you okay?" Rex asked. Obviously, Romulus's second wasn't the brightest bulb in the box. "I think it's pretty clear they can't continue," Rhea said. "But no one surrendered," Rex said. "It's a draw, then." "No way, Mancy. They're gonna have to just rest for a second and get back at it." "You're joking," said Rhea. "Look at them. They're done." "What the fuck am I supposed to tell the pack?" Rex said. A new voice entered the discussion. "You tell them the Shade stopped the fight. If they have a problem with that, you send them to me." I turned my head toward the new arrival. I couldn't make out more than an outline, but I knew that voice, and before I passed out, I managed to mutter a name I hadn't said in 30 years. "Slade?" Chapter 12. Rhea's face hovered over me when my eyes blinked open. My ribs throbbed like someone had taken a crowbar to them. It hurt so bad I could do little more than take shallow, wheezing breaths. In addition, my face felt like one large bruise. I moved my jaw to ask where I was, but flinched as lightning speared through my skull. Rhea helped me sit up. "Drink." I expected a potion of some sort, something to quicken the healing and perk me up. Instead, the ferric scent of blood teased my nostrils, and its rich taste coated my tongue. I swallowed greedily. Now I didn't mind the chemical aftertaste or coldness of the bagged blood. "More," I whispered. My body was jacked up after the fight, and it would take a lot more than 1 cup of blood to heal the damage. Rhea calmly set down the cup and looked me in the eyes. "That's all you're getting." I narrowed my swollen eyes. "Why?" "Look, Sabina, we both know I could give you more blood, or even a potion to make the pain you're in nothing but an unpleasant memory." She shifted on the seat, which made my broken ribs scream in pain. I hissed as cold sweat broke out on my chest. "But if I did that, you wouldn't learn your lesson." "What?" I panted. "You've earned these wounds. The choices you've made have led you to this moment. If I remove those consequences, you'll never learn to moderate your behavior in the future." I wasn't sure if it was from the excessive pain or the torture of listening to Rhea's lecture, but bile rose in my throat. "You're a real bitch, you know that?" Rhea smiled and patted my arm. "Yes, dear." "Can I have some water at least?" I snapped. "Or is thirst part of my penance?" "Of course you can have water," she said with a patient smile. "Giggle, would you please get Sabina a glass of water?" For the first time, I realized Giggle had been sitting in a chair across the room this whole time. His arms were crossed, and his posture told me he was in full sulk about something. When Rhea asked him to get me water, he rolled his eyes and sighed. "Fine." "What's wrong with him?" I asked. Rhea shook her head. "We'll discuss it later." While I waited for my surly demon to bring me a drink, I took stock of my surroundings. A familiar scent lingered in the air, but I couldn't place it yet. We were in an office I didn't recognize. A glass and steel desk sat about 5 yards away. I lay on a black leather couch next to a coffee table matching the desk. Giggle handed me the glass and trudged back to his chair without a word. I took a long drink, swishing the water in my mouth first to wash away the silver flakes. "Where did the wares go?" I asked Rhea, since apparently Giggle wasn't speaking to anyone. "Rex took Romulus back to the pack. He'll recover. Not sure he'll be too happy with the outcome when he does, though." Mention of the outcome reminded me of the latecomer to the fight. That was where the familiar scent came from. Slade! The word came out sounding like an expletive. As far as I was concerned, the name ranked right up there with asshole. "Where is he?" I tried to sit up. The blood was helping a little with the pain, but I was still in a world of hurt. Rhea, however, had other plans. "You need to rest." She pushed me back gently. "He'll be back soon. I take it you know him?" I relaxed back into the cushions and nodded. My wounds might be healing, but I was shaky as hell. "He used to work for the Dominé in L.A. "An old friend, then?" I narrowed my eyes. "More like frenemy." "In that case," said Rhea, "I suppose asking you to be civil during our meeting is a waste of breath. You could say that." The door opened then. Slade strolled in like he owned the place, which I guess he did. Giggle perked up. "Hey, Slade," he said with more enthusiasm than necessary. Slade nodded at Rhea and Giggle as if they'd already gotten acquainted while I was out, but his eyes were on me. I jerked up, ignoring the stitch in my side. I didn't want to face him lying down. Rhea tried to help me up, but I waved her away. Slade slowed and a smile crept across his face. "Sabina Kane." He was interrupted by my fist. "Sabina, no!" Giggle yelled. I heard a loud curse and movement at my back. The scent of sandalwood filled my nostrils. "Stop!" Rhea grabbed my arms and held me back, surprisingly strong for a mage. Slade smiled through blood streaking his lips and chin. "Nice to see you're still feisty as ever." A growl came from somewhere deep inside me. "Feisty? Try furious, asshole." I didn't like surprises, although, truth be told, Slade wasn't a surprise exactly. He was more like a bombshell. "Come now, Sabina. I'm not your enemy. Could have fooled me." "Sabina!" Rhea's quiet tone held a hefty dose of reprimand. Then I got a load of the smug smile on Slade's face. The first thing I learned in assassin school was never to let emotions get the best of you. Hell, Slade himself had reinforced that lesson when we worked together. Allowing an enemy to make you lose your temper was like giving them a weapon to use against your most vulnerable spot. I took a deep breath and willed my muscles to loosen, my jaw to relax, my heart rate to slow. Rhea felt the change and loosened her grip. Stayed close in case she needed to step in again. However, Giggle looked like a child witnessing Mommy and Daddy fight for the first time. That really burned my ass. Giggle was my demon, but he obviously had a man crush on Slade. What the hell had happened while I was out? Slade didn't seem impressed by my demon. Instead, he went with a patronizing, "Good girl." Now he was just trying to taunt me. I let the condescending tone slide off my back. "You owe me 10 grand, with interest and adjusted for inflation." He laughed. Still funny, too. I clenched my jaw, knowing he was trying to goad me into losing my temper again. "Sabina, the shade deserves our thanks. He agreed to let the fight stand as a draw. Your debt has been paid." "Stop calling him that ridiculous name. His name is Slade. Let's not bicker over trivialities. Sabina, I don't go by that name anymore. Here," he motioned with his hands, "I'm the Shade. But since you're an old friend, you can call me Slade. Don't do me any favors, asshole. We're not friends." Slade laughed. "Surely you're not still mad." "Mad about what?" Giggle prompted. "Does someone want to clue us in here?" No, I snapped. Sure, Slade said at the same time. Sabina and I used to work together. Giggle shot me a look. Work together, huh? His emphasis on the word made it clear the demon wasn't buying it. Good instincts, that Giggle. Among other things, Slade said with a smile. I gritted my teeth, not wanting to get into this in front of Rhea. I met Giggle's interested gaze. We worked together on a case, but Slade here took the credit for the kill and ran off with the payday. I felt Slade's stare and glanced over. What I hadn't mentioned was Slade and I had slept together, once, before he screwed me in a different way. The heat in his eyes now told me I wasn't the only one remembering the more carnal aspects of our past dealings. You know why I left, Sabina, he said quietly. I shook my head. I don't want to talk about it. It's ancient history. If you say so. His sardonic look made me want to punch him again, but I was already embarrassed about my earlier lack of control. No reason to give him more proof I was anything but over what happened last time I saw him. A brief, awkward silence followed. Rhea had gone silent, preferring to observe the fireworks rather than get involved. On the other hand, Giggle was obviously itching to find out all about the subtext zinging through the conversation. Too damned bad. Meanwhile, Slade looked like the cat that swallowed the canary. I just wanted to shove that canary up his ass. So, he said, the fight went well. Don't worry about Romulus. The fight was fair. He can save face with the pack by claiming I stopped the fight. He sat in his leather executive chair and motioned us to take the chairs opposite. I sat and took stock of the changes in Slade. 30 years ago, he'd been an assassin with a chip on his shoulder. Looking at him now, though, it was clear the years had smoothed out the rough edges and buffed them to a shine. I'd bet money the charcoal pinstripe number was designer. His hair was darker, too, just a shade darker than the light auburn of his younger days. His posture was that of a man accustomed to calling the shots. But his devilish sense of humor lurked under the powerful veneer. Okay, fine. He was still hot. Also still an asshole, I quickly reminded myself. Giggle cleared his throat and nudged me. I realized then Slade had been staring at me, too, and the room had gone silent. What? I asked him. Damn, it's good to see you, he said. When the lone wolves told me who kicked their asses in the park, I thought they were joking, but the description they gave me couldn't have been anyone else. That statement told me he knew why I'd left Los Angeles, but not exactly why I'd come to New York. Something told me to keep my sister out of this discussion. Well, I wish I could say the same, about seeing you again, I mean. The corner of Slade's mouth lifted. That's the past talking. We're not so different now, you and me. What the hell is that supposed to mean? I defected from the Dominé. You betrayed them. I shook my head. That's different. Is it? He asked with a lifted brow. So I can tell the Hekate Council Sabina's debt has been paid? Rhea interrupted. Slade sighed and grimaced. Not exactly. There's still the issue of the unpaid blood tax. Blood tax? What the hell is that? I asked, scooting to the edge of my seat in case I needed to sock him again. All vampires must pay a blood tax if they want to feed in my city. Rhea elbowed me to keep quiet. Not to split hairs here, but this is the Hekate Council city, and considering who Sabina's sister is, I'm sure you can make an exception in her case. Slade's eyes swiveled to me. Sister? I cursed under my breath. Time to change the subject before he realized the sister in question was a high priestess of the council and the Oracle of New York. A guy like Slade? He'd find some way to use that bit of intel in his favor. It's a long story, and Rhea's right. I shouldn't have to pay the blood tax. And why is that? A, The only time I tried to feed, I was a victim of succus interruptus. How so? The guy shot me, I admitted. Slade threw back his head and laughed. Priceless! My cheeks flamed, but I forged ahead. B. The Hekate Council has requested I forego feeding from humans for the time being. So there's no reason for me to pay your tax. You have already bitten a human in my territory. Therefore, you owe me a retroactive payment of $2,000. What? I yelled. That's highway robbery. Come now, Sabina. Surely $2,000 is spare change for someone with an assassin's salary. I gritted my teeth. As you already pointed out, I don't work for the Dominé anymore. Slade nodded, seeming unimpressed with my predicament. Knowing Slade, he knew every last detail of what had happened, and I'm sure he loved the irony. I'd been pissed at him not just for taking my money, but also for abandoning the Dominé. And now here I'd committed the worst crime against them, betrayal. Anyway, I continued, seeing as how I'm out of a job for the time being, I'm finding it hard to justify paying that much money for feeding rights I have no intention of using. Then I'm afraid we've reached an impasse, Slade said. Unless... I rolled my eyes at his baiting. Rhea cleared her throat, a warning to hear Slade out. Unless what? I sighed, not bothering to hide the impatience in my tone. Slade rubbed his lower lip, thinking, how about a compromise? You let your demon here compete in my demon fight club, and I'll forgive the tax. Giggles stiffened next to me. I glared at him to keep quiet. What the hell is a demon fight club? He leaned back in the chair, looking pleased with himself. It's exactly what it sounds like. 2 demons meet in the ring and duke it out. The customers love it, and I love the money they bring in. Giggles shifted next to me. I glanced at him. He was trying to look casual, but his posture told me he was interested. However, I wasn't thrilled about the idea of spending any more time with Slade than necessary. I don't know. I think it sounds I shot Giggles a glare, cutting him off. I need to think about it, I said to both Slade and Giggles. Slade nodded. Think about it, but let me know ASAP. If you say no, you'll be paying interest for every day you made me wait. I said no, Giggles. Come on, Sabina. The cat hadn't shut up since we left Vane. He stuck his little bald head up through the open zipper of the bag. The partition between us and the cabbie afforded enough privacy that I felt comfortable allowing it. But if the cat didn't stop his bitching soon, I was going to change my mind. I said we'd discuss it later. I turned and watched the New York streets zoom by. Rhea had been quiet since we left the bar. You're just being stubborn. He crossed his arms, clearly telling me he thought I was a jerk for not liking his new buddy. I sighed and looked at him. It's not that. It's the principle of the matter. I shouldn't have to pay Slade a dime. Rhea sighed. Sabina, I hate to break it to you, but Slade is well within his rights to demand compensation, and I think Orpheus will agree when I tell him what happened. I cursed under my breath. I guess it's a good thing Orpheus isn't my leader, then, isn't it? Rhea tilted her head. Quit fooling yourself, Sabina. You can't expect the council to offer you protection and training without them expecting you to follow their rules. Maybe I'll leave then. Giggles laughed. Whatev. You're just being pissed because Slade screwed you over a long time ago. He was hitting a little too close to home, so I ignored that and shot back. Did you ever think the reason I don't want you to fight is I don't think you'll last 5 minutes in the ring? He put a paw over his heart. That hurts, Sabina. If I might add something here, Rhea chimed in. If Slade's willing to accept Giggles' participation in the fights as payment, and the demon's willing, then refusing the compromise might send Slade the wrong message. What do you mean? I asked. She shrugged. Given that you two have a history, perhaps he'll see your refusal as a sign he can still get the best of you." I sighed. Gods, I hated being backed into a corner. But damned if she wasn't right. "Please," Giggle said. He sent me his wide-eyed kitty look. I looked from the cat's pleading expression to Rhea's challenging one. I was outnumbered and outmaneuvered. Again. Gods, fine. But if you get hurt, it's your own damn fault. "Ah, Sabina. Does that mean you won't kiss my boo-boos?" Rhea chuckled, and I felt a smile crack on my own lips. "You're a real pain in the ass, you know that?" I said without heat. "That's why you love me." There was a beat of silence, and then, "So you and Slade, huh?" I shifted in my seat. Talking about Slade was bad enough, but doing so in front of Adam's aunt made me feel self-conscious. "Not much to tell. We knew each other." "Knew each other? Like in the biblical sense?" Giggle asked. "Obviously," Rhea chimed in. "Most women don't deliver an uppercut to old platonic friends." I let that comment pass. It's not a big deal. Water under the bridge. Ancient history. I barely even remember him. Shut it, Mr. Giggles. I'm just saying, I saw the way he looked at you. I chanced a glance at Rhea. She met my eyes over Giggle's head and nodded. Agreed. I looked from the mage to the demon. You're both crazy. Crazy nothing. You'll see. With that, Giggle ducked back inside the bag for a nap. I spent the rest of the ride avoiding Rhea's knowing gaze. Chapter 13. You ready to learn about the wonderful world of magic? Rhea said in an overly chipper voice. She'd asked me to meet her in the foyer of Maisie's apartment at the butt crack of dusk. It was now 6 p.m, and I was dragging. What's worse, Rhea insisted I bring Giggle with me. As a result, I had to listen to his steady stream of complaints as she led us through the building to the area they used as a school. I was ready to send him back to bed when Rhea opened the door on the top floor of the building. This is the gymnasium, she said, waving us inside. The room smelled of old sweat and vinyl from the blue mats covering half the floor. It's not used very often, so we'll have plenty of privacy for your lessons. Damara was waiting for us. She'd accessorized her standard black ensemble with a scowl. Guess I wasn't the only one who'd woken up on the wrong side of the bed. Is everything in place? Rhea asked. Damara nodded. Yeah. Rhea didn't seem fazed by the younger mage's bad attitude. Okay then, Sabina. I thought we'd start tonight by testing the skills Adam taught you and work up from there. Did you bring your grimoire? I held up the leather-bound journal Adam had given me in California. He explained then I was supposed to fill the book with all the magical tips and spells I learned. Rhea held out a hand for the book, and I gave it over. Let's see here. She started flipping through the pages. Seeing page after blank page, she looked up. Where are all your spells? I leaned in and flipped to the last page. This is the only one I have. I pointed to instructions for summoning Giggle. Adam had written them in the back of the book before giving it to me. Looking now at his bold masculine script, I felt a little ache in my chest. Since he'd left, I'd worked very hard to keep my mind on less complicated subjects, like prophecies and turf wars with werewolves. Yes, getting involved with Adam would be a colossal mistake. But try telling that to my libido. If Rhea noticed my wool gathering, she gave no indication. Instead, she read through the spell and nodded. It's a bit clunky. I can teach you how to summon the demon using an abbreviated spell without all the ceremony. Glad for the distraction from thoughts of Adam, I looked up. Oh yeah? She nodded. Adam's specialty isn't demon summoning. He's an energy manipulator. This spell is textbook stuff. But with your latent talents and some training, you'll be able to do this in your sleep. But for now, why don't we run through this the way he taught you?" Beside me, Giggle raised a claw. "Question. How can she summon me when I'm already here?" I looked at the demon, thankful he was paying attention. I felt like totally disconnected from what was going on, like I was watching myself through frosted glass. "That's easy," Rhea replied to Giggle. "She's going to summon a different demon." That got my attention. But I've never summoned another demon. Suddenly my hands were damp. The reality of the situation hit me smack in the face. Rhea wasn't easing me into this magic stuff. She was determined to throw me in the deep end. If I didn't want to sink, I had to get my head in the game. "Don't worry, the process is the same. You just have to change the demon seal you trace during the incantation." "Wait, what?" Rhea sighed. "Every demon has a unique sigil. This is Giggle's." She opened the book again and pointed to the symbol Adam drew in the journal. The design was pretty simple, a circle with the zigzag in the center. "Anyway, a demon's unique seal is similar to a telephone number. When you trace it, you call the demon directly." "Oh." I looked at Giggle for confirmation. He nodded, looking bored. Rhea turned to her assistant. "Please get the salt so Sabina can cast a circle." The young mage turned and walked to a table under the windows, muttering to herself the entire way. While Damara grabbed a box of sea salt, Rhea snapped her fingers. A book appeared in her hand. "Anyway," she continued, "the trick is knowing the right sigil. The stronger the demon, the more complex and secret the design." She flipped through the pages as she spoke. "Now, we just have to figure out who you should summon." As she searched for a likely candidate, I wiped my damp palms on my jeans. Here's the thing. While I felt comfortable with Giggle now, the truth was our first meeting hadn't gone well. Adam had summoned the demon to test me, and by test, I mean Giggle staked me. I'd survived, but it was touch and go there for a few minutes. What if the demon I summoned tries to kill me? I knew I could survive a staking, but demons had other means of killing I had no idea how to defend against. Rhea looked at me over the pages of the book. "That's what the circle's for. It binds the demon." She looked at Giggle. "You're what, a 7th level mischief?" Giggle's chest puffed out with indignation. "5th level." Rhea pursed her lips. She finally stopped on a page and nodded. "Okay, let's see how strong you are. The demon you're going to summon is named Furfur." I laughed, suddenly relieved. Furfur? A demon with such a silly name couldn't be so bad, I thought, until I got a look at Giggle's face. Do you think that's a good idea?" he said to Rhea, sounding uncharacteristically serious. Rhea simply smiled. "It'll be fine, I think, and if not, we're all here to help." That didn't sound good at all. "Wait, why is Giggle worried?" Rhea opened her mouth to speak, but Giggle beat her to it. "Furfur is a Count of Urkala who rules 26 legions." Rhea waved a hand, shooing away Giggle's concern. "We'll have to take a couple of extra precautions, but it's nothing you can't handle. Trust me." Call me crazy, but trust didn't come so easily these days. "I don't know, Rhea." "Look, all you have to do is cast a triangle inside the circle for extra protection." It's not that I was scared, exactly. Surely Rhea wouldn't have me summon a demon I couldn't handle, or at least not one she couldn't handle if shit went down. I looked at her now, and the challenge in her eyes and the smirk on her lips all but dared me to back down. To hell with that. "Okay, fine. I'll do it." Her smile widened. "That a girl!" For the next few minutes, she walked me through casting a circle in salt on the floor, followed by a smaller triangle inside. Then she made me trace Furfur's sigil over and over on the page until I had it memorized. Unlike Giggles, Furfur's design was an irregular collection of shapes in an asymmetrical pattern. Once I felt I had a good grasp on how to draw it, Rhea stepped back and closed the book. Now, picture the sigil in your mind when you invoke the demon. And whatever you do, don't cross that line. She pointed to the border of the circle. Good luck. Rhea joined Giggle and Damara several feet away. Giggle sent me a half-hearted thumbs up, while Damara yawned and looked at her watch. I swallowed and stepped up to the circle. A trickle of sweat rolled down my back, and I rubbed my hands on my jeans. Here goes nothing, I muttered. I took a deep breath and exhaled it slowly. Closing my eyes, I focused on clearing my mind. Furfur's sigil lit up in my mind, neon against a black background. I raised my right hand and let it hang there for a second. Then, releasing my breath, I traced the complex design in the air. Adamu Alka! My stomach dipped. A split second later, thunder boomed through the room. I jerked, and my eyes flew open. In the center of the triangle, a roiling black cloud appeared. Instead of the brimstone odor that always accompanied Giggle's appearance, the room filled with the sharp scent of ozone. I didn't dare take my eyes from the cloud. My breath caught as wind whipped through the circle, blowing away the cloud. I'd never imagined what a half-man, half-stag would look like. Never occurred to me. But as I stood there looking at Furfur, I realized he was exactly that. Shrewd eyes stared out from a man's face, and his upper body was covered with muscled bare flesh. But the antlers jutting from the sides of his head were so big, I wondered how he held them up with his human neck. 4 powerful flanks covered in fawn-colored fur made up the lower half of his body. I stared in shock for a few moments, unsure what exactly I was supposed to do now. Well? His voice was hoarse, like he'd smoked a dozen packs a day for a millennium. I wanted to look over my shoulder for guidance, but even I knew better than to turn my back on a demon. Hi! A bolt of electricity zapped through the circle, crackling off the invisible barrier between us. I flinched and took a step back. He didn't move. I don't have time for games. What's your bidding, Mage? Rhea? I called over my shoulder. Yes? Little help here. You're doing great, she said. Ask him a question about your future, Giggle said. Furfur is required to tell the truth when bound by a triangle. I heard a scuffle behind me, then, ow! Hey! We're conducting a lesson here, demon, Rhea scolded. If you're going to give her the answers, you can leave. Sorry. Giggle muttered. This exchange made Furfur narrow his gaze at a spot behind me, which I assumed meant he'd finally noticed the audience. I figured having a Count of Urkala pissed at him wouldn't do Giggle any favors, so I waved my hands. Hey, Bambi, over here! More lightning crackled through the circle, but Furfur transferred his attention toward me. That's better, I said. I rubbed my hands together. If this demon had to tell the truth about my future, then this was too good an opportunity to pass up. And I knew exactly what I was going to ask. Okay, here's my question. Do I have a destiny? Furfur tilted his head and pursed his lips. As soon as I'd asked the question, I regretted it. What if he told me Maisie was right about the prophecy? Was I ready to handle that kind of pressure? Finally, after what felt like forever, Furfur smiled. The answer to your question is... He paused for dramatic effect. I held my breath. Not a sound could be heard in the room. Yes. I blew out my breath. Shit. Leave it to me to ask a vague yes or no question. No, what I meant was... What is my destiny? Furfur shook his head. You have used up your question. I frowned at the frustrating demon. Rhea? Is he telling the truth? Yep, you only get one. I heard Giggle mutter, "Smooth move." Shit, I said. Fine. You can go now. Nothing happened. Ahem. This from Rhea. God damn it, I said. I was so flustered by my mistake, I'd forgotten demons have to be sent back to Urkala by their summoner. Adamu bara Nadsu. Another burst of thunder, another black cloud, and then Furfur disappeared. Well, that was lame, Giggle said. I turned and speared my demon with a glare. You might have mentioned the one-question rule. How was I supposed to know you'd ask a stupid one? Children, Rhea said, stepping between us. Let's not focus on the negative. Sabina successfully summoned a Count of Urkala without incident. I'd say this lesson was a success. Success my ass, I thought. Sure, I'd managed to summon and send away a demon, but I'd also embarrassed myself. Not knowing the protocol and unwritten rules frustrated me. Magic was a new world to me, and I felt like a stranger in a strange land. I didn't like it at all. My rational side told me experience would teach me these things, and experience was gained by making and learning from mistakes. But the impatient inner critic side, far stronger than the rational most days, was already busy with the beatdown. How could I be so stupid? I spent years learning to be an assassin. I'd paid my dues and prided myself on my skills. I wasn't some wet-behind-the-ears mage. I was an ass-kicking vampire with 5 decades behind me. I should have known better than to make a mistake like that. The fact that I had very little experience with magic didn't matter. I expected myself to do better. And the prospect of making more mistakes as the training continued made me feel like a balloon filled to bursting. Sabina, Rhea said. What's going on in that head of yours? You look like you're ready to kick someone's ass. Yeah, I thought. My own. I shrugged. I was just going back over what happened. Next time, I'd appreciate a little warning about what to expect. Rhea smiled. How will you learn if I spoon-feed you everything? Learning is done best by doing. But I screwed up. She tilted her head. No, you didn't. Screwing up would have been getting us all killed. No, you learned something. That's never a mistake. But you could have just told me. She waved a hand. Sabina, let's clear one thing up from the beginning. I'm not here to hold your hand and ease you into mage life. This here's a magical boot camp. You're going to make mistakes. Get used to that right now. But I guarantee you'll never make the same mistake twice. So quit beating yourself up for not knowing everything. I don't expect it, and neither should you. I nodded, but inside, every fiber of my being argued she was wrong. 53 years of being told I had to be faster, smarter, and better than the average vampire didn't go away overnight. My grandmother had drilled the quest for perfection into me from infancy. The granddaughter of the Alpha Domine could never settle for average. Add my mixed blood to that equation, and I had even less leeway. If I wanted respect and acceptance, I had to prove myself. But Rhea was right about one thing. I wouldn't make the same mistake twice. I think that's enough for one evening, Rhea said. Tomorrow night, we'll get started on harnessing your chthonic powers. Good work. I nodded and headed for the door. Giggle joined me in the hall. Giggle, I want you to give me a crash course in demons. His eyebrows raised in surprise. Really? I nodded. If I'm going to be summoning them, I better start learning more about how you guys tick, right? Giggle nodded absently. Sabina, you do understand you're not going to learn everything about demons overnight, right? I don't even know everything, and I've been one for half a millennia. I slapped him on the back. I guess we better get started then. Chapter 14. We ran into Maisie on the way back down to our rooms. Giggle was busy chattering away about the complex structure of demon government as we walked back. Maisie exited the council chamber with a worried frown on her face and didn't notice us at first. "Hey, Maisie," I called in greeting. She startled, but quickly erased the frown lines from between her eyes. "How'd training go?" She was smiling now, but still seemed distracted. I sighed. "Rhea certainly has some interesting teaching methods." Maisie caught the sarcasm and frowned. "But you're making progress, right?" Her urgent tone told me she was worried about my answer. I tried to figure out her angle. Obviously, Maisie believed there was a direct link between my magic training and her prophecy that I was the chosen. Of course she'd want me to learn quickly, especially if the council was getting closer to a vote on the war. "I guess so," I said, wanting to be positive but not overstate things. I didn't like the idea of Maisie or anyone else pinning hopes on me. Maisie relaxed a fraction. "I want to hear all about it, but I'm on my way to a meeting with a diplomat from Queen Maeve's court." I perked up. The mention of the Queen of Fae made me think of Adam. I wanted to stop her and ask if she'd had any word from him. I told myself this was mere curiosity over how his mission was going, but I knew better. I missed him. As a friend, of course. We'd spent so much time together over the last several weeks, I'd grown used to having him around. That was all. But after the way Maisie had given me the 3rd degree about Adam the other night, I didn't want to encourage her. "Is everything okay?" I asked instead. Maisie shrugged. "As good as can be expected with the council at each other's throats. Now I have to go talk to the Fae delegate and explain to them why we're no closer to a vote. The Queen won't be pleased." She glanced at her watch. "I really need to get going. Let's chat later about your training, okay?" I nodded absently as she hurried down the hall. As much as I didn't want to get involved with politics, I was concerned about the outcome of the council's vote. Despite Maisie's prophecy, I still believed there had to be another solution. Maisie, however, didn't have the luxury of waiting and seeing what happened. I might bitch and moan about having to learn magic and deal with Maisie and Rhea's theories about the prophecy, but I didn't have a fraction of the pressure Maisie was facing. The council relied on her visions to make decisions, and they relied on her diplomatic skills to keep their allies happy. Judging from the tense set of her shoulders as she walked away, those pressures weighed heavily. "Hey, Maisie?" I called after her. She stopped and turned, looking harried. "Yeah? Good luck." Her face brightened with surprise. "Thanks." She waved and hurried off. I turned to find Giggle watching me with an assessing look. "What?" "Nothing," he said, but obviously he was reading into the exchange I'd just had with my sister. I was just fine with him holding his tongue. With that one little "good luck," it felt like the tide shifted. I could feel the pull of the vortex sucking me further into Mage life. Every day I got more and more involved, whether I liked it or not, but I preferred to fool myself for a little longer. At least until I understood the situation a bit more. Soon enough, the day would come when the mages would force my hand and demand I openly declare my support. Anyway, I changed the subject. "You were talking about the bureaucracy in Urkala?" He smiled knowingly, but went with the non sequitur. "Oh yeah. Demons love the red tape. If they could, they'd make you wait for 50 forms in triplicate just for permission to take a crap." He continued to dissect demon social structure as we made our way back to Maisie's apartment. I only half listened. In the back of my mind, I considered what would happen if the council voted for war. And as hard as I tried, I couldn't imagine anything positive about that outcome. The next night, I pushed my way through the crowd gathered in Vane's underbelly. My elbows put me at the receiving end of some insults and shoves, but I forged ahead. Giggle stood on one side of the pit where I'd fought Michael Romulus a few nights earlier. His scaly green chest glistened under the single light bulb hanging from the concrete ceiling. The light illuminated the determination in his goat eyes. I glanced to my left and saw his opponent, a smaller demon with a bat's face and a barbarian's body. As I watched, he spread his arms wide and emitted a high-pitched screech. I cringed and covered my ears, but everyone else went wild. Giggle spat in the corner, seemingly unaffected by the other demon's showboating. It was a macho side of Giggle I'd never seen before. As far as I could tell, the fight was just about to begin. "Oh, hell no!" I yelled over the noise. I started pushing my way to the right, trying to reach my demon. I'd agreed to this, and even made the call to Slade to set it up. But now, watching the wild crowd and the murder in the bat demon's eyes, I changed my mind. "Giggle!" I had to yell to be heard over those who felt the need to scream advice at my demon. "Giggle!" His head turned and he saw me. A huge smile spread over his face. "Sabina!" I grabbed his green biceps and pulled him toward me. "I've changed my mind." "What do you mean?" "I don't think you should fight." Giggle snorted and gave me a friendly nudge. "Sabina, get real. I'm gonna kick his ass." "No, you're not." His eyes narrowed. "Why not?" I paused, trying to figure that out for myself. "Because," I said finally. Giggle laughed. "Aw, you're worried about me." "Am not," I muttered. Slade made his way through the crowd to my side. I'd managed to avoid him since we got to the bar, but now he butted in. "What's going on?" "He's not allowed to fight," I said. Slade frowned and shook his head. "Once a challenge has been issued, the fight must proceed. It's the third rule of Demon Fight Club." "Fuck the rules. He's my demon, and I revoke permission to fight." "This is so embarrassing," Giggle said. "Stop acting like my mother." "What if you get hurt?" "Sabina, I'm a 500-year-old grown-ass demon. The neighborhood I come from in Urkala makes prison look like preschool. You think I can't defeat a freaking defiler demon?" My cheeks flamed under the weight of 2 male stares. Of course Giggle could hold his own. To question his ability to fight was an insult. I sighed. "Fine, but you better kick his ass. I'm not playing nursemaid if you get hurt." Giggle smiled like the Cheshire Cat. "Just sit back and watch the master at work." Confident the fight would go on, Slade walked to the center of the pit and held his hands up for silence. The crowd obeyed immediately. "It's time to review the rules of Demon Fight Club. Rule number 1. Everyone yelled, "You do not talk about Demon Fight Club." My mouth fell open. Was Slade for real with this shit? 2. I rolled my eyes. Let me guess. The crowd shouted, "You do not talk about Demon Fight Club." "Excellent!" Slade nodded approvingly, without a trace of irony. "Now for the rest. Number 3. Once a challenge has been issued, the fight must proceed." He paused to shoot me a look. My jaw clenched as I glared at him, but the unoriginal bastard wasn't done. 4. Only 2 demons to a fight. 5. No weapons, magical or mundane. I glanced at Giggle. That rule must explain the brass collar around his neck. Brass dulls magic, so if a demon tried to use a spell against an opponent, they'd be shit out of luck. 6. Once a fight begins, Slade continued, it must continue until someone begs for mercy. He paused again. The tension in the room grew, and I knew I wasn't going to like rule number 7. "And rule number 7 is," he said finally, "no mercy!" The crowd really let loose then. All around, money exchanged hands as mages, vamps, and fae placed bets on the outcome. Looked like the crowd was favoring Batface in 3-to-1 odds. Out of nowhere, the bell rang. My heart skipped a beat, and I grabbed Giggle by the biceps. "Giggle, it's not too late to back out." He looked down at me, You heard the rules, Sabina. Now watch and learn." With that, he jogged to the center of the ring to meet his foe. He bobbed and weaved as he went, like a demonic Rocky Balboa. I just prayed the Defiler Demon's dirty appearance wasn't an indication of his fighting style. The Defiler Demon came out of the corner like an angry bull, heading straight for Gigul's midsection. Surprisingly agile given his size, Gigul jumped out of the way. The Defiler's momentum carried him right past and straight into the crowd, toppling a few Mancies in the process. Gigul threw his arms in the air and jogged in place, much to the crowd's delight. He ate up their attention, which, unfortunately, distracted him from his opponent. "Gigul, watch out!" I yelled. He didn't turn around in time to get out of the Defiler's way and ended up being knocked back 20 feet. The crowd finally caught on to the danger of being so close to the action. Everyone backed up a few steps, widening the circle. The impact didn't faze Gigul. He jumped up with a cocky smile. The Defiler responded with a lightning-fast volley of punches and kicks. The force of the attack knocked Gigul to the ground. This time he rose more slowly. A stream of black blood dripped from his mouth. Fuck. I started to move in, regretting my decision to allow Gigul to go through with this. Then I realized he'd never forgive me if I interfered. Demons and their fragile egos. So I clenched my fists and settled for yelling advice to my demon. "Go for the nads! The eyes! The eyes! No! You've got to keep your hands up!" I felt someone's eyes on me. Looking around, I found Slade standing on the other side of the ring staring at me. He held my gaze for a moment, but the sickening sound of fist meeting flesh brought my attention back to the action. Gigul's lip swelled to the size of a roll of quarters and blood oozed down his chin. The Defiler came at him with another furious round of punches to Gigul's midsection. The noise from the crowd was deafening, but I could have sworn I heard a couple of ribs crack. I stepped forward, ready to put an end to the slaughter, but stopped when a terrified shriek ripped through the arena. The hair on my neck bristled at the bone-chilling sound. Somehow, Gigul suddenly had the Defiler face down on the ground. One black claw held the beast's face to the floor, and the other pulled one of its arms back so far the joint popped out of its socket. "Yes!" I yelled. Gigul dropped the arm, which plopped to the ground like a piece of meat. Changing tactics, he pulled the Defiler's face off the ground by its oily black hair. With his other claw, Gigul swiped at the demon's face, leaving streaks of blood pouring onto the concrete. Despite my relief over Gigul gaining the upper hand, I felt unsettled. I'm certainly no stranger to violence, but his savagery surprised even me. Over the bloody scene on the floor, Slade caught my eye again. His amused smile made me feel nauseous. I wanted Gigul to win, but I couldn't reconcile this bloodthirsty fighter with the demon who would curl up next to me in cat form. "Mercy!" The single word caused everyone in the room to gasp. It had come from the Defiler, who was now missing a nose. One of his eyes had rolled across the floor and landed near Slade's feet. He kicked it aside as he came into the ring. He lifted Gigul's arm in the air. "The winner is Gigul!" The crowd went wild again, chanting his name. "Gigul! Gigul!" Slade waved his hands for silence. The room went silent except for the pitiful whimpers of the Defiler. "Rule number 7? No mercy! So shall it be!" Slade slapped Gigul on the back and gestured to a mage standing off to the right. The mage was a short, balding male with greasy black hair. He scowled and trudged into the ring to stand over the demon. The Defiler begged for mercy, but the mage refused to look down at his demon. Instead, he performed a complex series of glyphs in the air before chanting the words to send the demon back to Urkala. The Defiler disappeared, leaving a pool of black blood on the concrete. Gigul glanced at me with a huge smile. I tried to smile back, but the whole thing didn't sit well with me. Looked like my little demon was all grown up. Chapter 15. While Giggle cleaned up after the fight, I sipped on a Bloody Magdalene in the bar. Earl had gone light on the vodka, which is fine with me, because I needed the blood more. I wasn't sure where Slade got his blood, but it wasn't the blood bank crap Maisie insisted I drink. Knowing Slade, he probably had some black market source that supplied him with fresher blood than Maisie's supply. But even Slade's stuff had the chemical tang of anticoagulant. I still craved blood straight from the vein, but after the fight with Romulus, I figured Maisie's rules about not feeding from humans might end up saving me some trouble. In one corner of the bar, a nymph sat on a male vampire's lap. Her makeup had been applied with a trowel, and her hair had been teased into a big blonde rat's nest. Her legs were encased in ripped fishnet stockings, and I could see the garter peeking out from under her fuchsia pleather skirt. She giggled at something the vamp said, but the emotion didn't reach her eyes. As I watched like a voyeur, the male ran a pale hand up her thigh and squeezed. He wore a large gold ring on his middle finger with a red stone in the center. The fairy grimaced at his groping hands, but the smile was back in place by the time he looked at her again. Memories of another nymph weighed heavily. We'd buried Vinka less than 2 weeks ago, but before I'd come into her life and gotten her killed at the vineyard, she'd served time in the fairy porn industry. Watching the nymph on the vampire's lap now, I wondered if Vinka had ever worn that hopeless expression. The idea made my fists clench. I wanted to go over there and rip the nymph from the male's lap. I wanted to shake her and tell her there had to be a better way to make a living. I wanted to warn her to get the fuck out of the city before it ate her alive. Yet even as I willed myself to rise, I saw the male lift the top of the ring. From it, he withdrew a small green pill. The fairy's glossy pink lips spread in a genuine smile, the first spark of genuine happiness I'd seen on her face. The male lifted the pill to her lips, and her tongue darted out to take it. She swallowed it greedily. As the two proceeded to tongue joust, I turned away. Who was I kidding? I wasn't anyone's savior. I certainly didn't have any room to preach to others about how to live their lives. I finished the drink and motioned to Earl to bring me another. I saw Giggle come out of the back room and head toward me. As he passed, several patrons stopped him to shake his hand. 2 nymphs, dressed in the same hooker couture as the one I'd been watching, hung from his biceps like gaudy ornaments. A high, feminine laugh caught my attention. It was the other nymph. She didn't notice my stare. She was too busy leading the vampire to the back room by his dick. "What up, player?" Giggle said, coming to a stop in front of me. The nymphettes didn't give us so much as a sideways glance. Giggle preened under their adoration. "Hey, G, you ready to head out?" I said. His scraggly black eyebrows lowered in a frown. "But Tansy and Cinnamon invited me to a little party." I shooed the nymphs away, ignoring their whines, and pulled Giggle away for a little sidebar. "Gee, you know these nymphs are prostitutes, right?" He paused for a second, and I worried I'd just crushed his special dream of a menage a fait. My worry was short-lived, though, because the next thing I knew he threw back his horned head and howled with laughter. "Of course I know that. Why do you think I'm so excited?" "You don't mind paying for sex?" He cocked his head to the side. "Sabina, I'm a demon. And the last time I checked, there wasn't any hot demoness ass available on this side. So I'm making do with what's available. Plus, my room at Maisie's has access to the Temptation Channel." I frowned. "The Temptation Channel?" He nodded eagerly. "I can't believe I ever wasted time with home shopping when I could have been watching porn 24/7. I pinched the bridge of my nose and prayed for patience. Anywho, Tansy and Cinnamon are all in to try some new maneuvers I learned from Lawrence of the Labia. I opened and closed my mouth a couple of times like a confused carp. I had absolutely no idea how to respond. So I just nodded and said, "Make it quick." "Yes!" Giggle pumped a claw into the air. He turned to go, but I grabbed his arm. "Wait, how are you going to pay for it?" Giggle dug a wad of bills from his pocket. "Slade gave me my cut after the fight." I gritted my teeth at Slade's presumption. Something told me he usually paid a demon's keeper directly instead of the demon. The fact that he'd gone straight to Giggle told me he was trying to buy Giggle's affections, as it were. Fine, just don't spend it all in one place. As my demon skipped off with 2 fey hookers, I plopped back down on the stool and ordered another round. Looked like I was in for a long night. It didn't take long for Slade to appear, ready to give me shit. He wore another expensive suit and a calculating expression. He sat on the stool next to mine without asking if I minded. I did, of course, but it was better to feign disinterest with a guy like Slade. The minute they knew they got under your skin, they had the upper hand. "That demon of yours is going to make us both a lot of money." But at what cost? Something triumphant shone behind Slade's blue eyes. But was he celebrating Giggle's contributions to his bank account, or the fact he'd maneuvered me back into his life? "Don't get any ideas," I said, facing him. "My debt is paid. He's not fighting anymore." He said. "Giggle seemed to think otherwise when I spoke to him a few minutes ago." I shrugged. "Doesn't matter," I bluffed. "He does what I say." He pursed his lips and signaled Earl for a drink. "Listen, Sabina, I know I screwed you over in L.A., and I'm truly sorry. But you have to understand, I had no choice. I'd already decided that would be my last job before the Domine told me you were going to work with me. I was burned out, totally fried. I had to leave. Regardless, you screwed me over. You could have just taken your half of the payday and skipped town. No harm, no foul. But you didn't do that. You took it all. I needed it all. I'd already set up buying this bar, and I needed the entire amount to start over. I'm sorry you got screwed, but I didn't have a choice." I turned to glare at him. "We all have choices, Slade, and all choices have consequences. In this case, the consequence was me hating you. Deal with it." He sighed and nodded. "Fair enough. But if you want my opinion, this has nothing to do with the money. Not really." I lifted an eyebrow. "This should be good." He leaned in close, like he was going to whisper a secret. "I saw the hope in your eyes when I left you that evening." "Right. The hope I'd be 10 grand richer." He shook his head. "Don't fool yourself. I know the look of a female who has expectations beyond one night. And, sweetheart, you had it." I choked out a laugh. "Don't flatter yourself, asshole. The sex was fine, but I wasn't looking for a relationship." "Bullshit." I shrugged. "I'll admit I like the idea of us maybe teaming up on more assignments." He shot me a dubious look. "Okay, fine. Maybe a partnership with benefits. But I wasn't looking for love, Slade. Give me some credit." He still looked unconvinced, but let it go. "Regardless, I think you need to get over it. That was 30 years ago. We've both changed. You're not your grandmother's naive little soldier anymore. Admit it. You understand now why I had to get out." I sighed. "Look, I might understand, but I still don't trust you." The side of his mouth curled into a smile. "I don't suspect you trust anyone." I inclined my head. "Touché. I also suspect you could use a friend outside the Mage race right about now." I frowned. What's that supposed to mean? I can't imagine growing up in the Alpha Domine's household fostered a love of all things mage, especially given your mixed blood. One might imagine your grandmother drilled those lessons in extra good to make sure they stuck. I neither confirmed nor denied these suspicions, but he was dead on. Go on. I'm just saying, maybe it would help to have someone not in the mage fold to talk to. Someone familiar. Someone who's been in a similar situation. I held up a hand. Wait a second. You're not seriously suggesting we become friends. He looked me dead in the eyes. That's exactly what I'm suggesting. Ha! Please recall a few minutes ago when I told you I don't trust you. Isn't trust the foundation of all friendship? He tilted his head. You don't believe that any more than I do. You can't ever truly know or trust anyone, can you? Look where that got you with the Domine. You trusted them your whole life, and look what happened. At least with me, you know what you're getting into. I'm a son of a bitch, no doubt about it. But I also know this town. And I also understand the politics among the races. I could be a very good friend to have. I narrowed my eyes at him. There was a catch, of course. What's in it for you? He took a sip from the scotch Earl set in front of him. You said yourself you thought we could be partners. Maybe we should explore that option. What kind of partners? He shrugged and set down his tumbler. I need someone I can trust with some sensitive jobs. Light stuff, nothing you couldn't handle. Ah, I said. Why me? Guy like you probably has dozens of flunkies begging to do your dirty work. No one with the kind of training you've had. Plus, you're new in town. No loyalties or histories with any of my competitors. I sighed and nodded. Before I teamed up with Slade on my first official assassination, the Domine had used me as an enforcer, shaking down vamps who hadn't paid their tithes, roughing up those who needed a message to get back into line. So I knew exactly the kind of work he was talking about. Probably, he also wouldn't mind putting my assassin skills to work every now and then to knock off a competitor or two. I didn't trust Slade. We'd established that. But I had to admit to myself his offer was tempting. After all, my savings would run out eventually, and I currently had no source of income. Padding my nest egg with some side work intrigued me, but working for Slade didn't. Besides that, I found myself cringing at the idea of making a living as an enforcer again. One of the appeals of coming to New York was getting a fresh start. If I agreed to Slade's offer, I'd be right back where I started 30 years ago. Look, Slade, I understand there might be certain benefits to the partnership you're offering, but I'm gonna pass. His eyes narrowed. Gonna pass on working for me? Or on being friends in general? I stopped and thought about it. Making an enemy of Slade wouldn't do me any favors. I had to play this the right way. Working for you. I'm fine right now. That might change at some point, but for now I don't need the work. As for being friends, well, I'm willing to work on not wanting to kick your ass every time I see you. Slade laughed. Beggars can't be choosers, I guess. I shrugged and took a sip of my drink. A small smile hovered on my lips. Though I wasn't ready for Slade to be my BFF, far from it. It was kind of nice hanging out with a vampire again. Especially one who wasn't loyal to the Domine. So I guess it would be too much to ask for the benefits you mentioned earlier, huh? His expression was serious, but the devilish light in his eye hinted he was trying to provoke me. You would be correct. But I'm sure one of your nymphs wouldn't mind helping you out. Slade set his elbows on the table. His posture was relaxed, as if he was enjoying our banter as much as I was starting to. I prefer my bedmates a little less fragile. But then, you already knew that. A flash of Slade slamming into me against a wall pushed its way into my mind. I blinked away the image. Definitely not a healthy train of thought. "Oh, I don't know," I said. "In my experience, nymphs are stronger than they look." I was referring, of course, to Vinka, another unhealthy train of thought, but a damned sight better than thinking about fucking Slade again. At that moment, a door to the back rooms opened, and Giggle stumbled out looking dazed, with a blue satin demi-bra hanging around his neck. The stupid grin on his face indicated the nymphs he'd disappeared with weren't too fragile either. "On that note," I said, "I'd better get my demon home. He's had a big night." Slade nodded. "Sabina?" I stopped. "Yeah? I'm glad you don't want to kick my ass anymore." I allowed the smile to show this time. "Just make sure it stays that way." He saluted me with his scotch. "Yes, ma'am." Chapter 16. Our first stop after leaving Vane was to grab some cash for the cab ride home. I finally found one on 42nd Street near the flashing lights of Times Square. But when I entered my passcode into the ATM, the thing started beeping maniacally. "What's wrong?" Giggle asked, his voice muffled by the carrier and the cacophony of Times Square at night. He'd been so spent from his quality time with Tansy and Cinnamon that he didn't even argue about switching back to cat form for the trip home. I slammed a palm on the machine. "It ate my card." "Uh-oh." I'd have chosen a more colorful response. As it was, I shocked several passers-by with a string of invectives against the Dominé. They'd obviously found my secret accounts. Freaking great. Now I couldn't get to any of my money. "What are you going to do?" I turned my back on the traitorous machine. I have no clue. A passing tourist shot me an odd look for speaking to my handbag, so I ducked my head and kept walking. My boots struck an angry percussion on the sidewalk. A chilly wind whipped down the street, bringing with it the sour scent of sewer. On the street, cabs honked like angry geese, and on the sidewalk, people bustled past like determined arrows heading for a target. Freaking New York, I thought. Los Angeles had smog and traffic too, but it also had a temperate climate, beaches, and adequate parking. Giggle shifted in the bag. "Sabina?" "Yeah," I said. "Where are we going?" "I have no idea." Pressure built in my head, my lungs. I wondered if this was what the proverbial fish out of water felt like. The scent hit me just as I crossed in front of an alley. Smoky, spicy, and sweet. I stopped in my tracks and inhaled deeply. I looked to my left and saw a neon sign down the alley advertising the Happy Hookah Lounge. The scent of smoke and blood summoned me into the darkness like a bent finger. Smoking blood was a popular activity in certain circles of the vamp community. My own grandmother liked to lace her tobacco with a little opium for an additional high. The scent had followed me for most of my life, clinging to my clothes and hair when I came home from vamp bars. After walking around the swirling vortex of motion that was New York, the reminder of home was bittersweet. As tempting as it was to indulge in a little emotional wound frothing, I continued on past the alley. Pretending I belonged among vampires didn't cut it anymore. I'd never belonged among them, and trying to do so now might end up putting me in the path of more of the Dominé's assassins. Besides, I'd had enough of a walk down memory lane tonight to last me for a while. Talking to Slade was interesting. I still didn't trust him, but I was willing to admit that my old grudge didn't hold as much water now. Slade might have screwed me over and pulled a disappearing act on the Dominé, but I'd betrayed them. It didn't matter that they'd betrayed me first. Now I understood how my blind loyalty to the Dominé had guided my decisions. And now, after all these years, Slade and I were on the same side again. Funny how life works sometimes. So funny I would have cried if I'd been the crying type. A cab zoomed past, reminding me I should probably head back to Maisie's place. "Hey, G." "What?" I grimaced. The goddess saved me from surly feline demons. "How much money do you have left from the fight?" Silence. "Giggle." I swear I heard a sigh come from the carrier. I lifted the bag up to look into one of the mesh side panels. A pair of guilty cat eyes stared back. "Well?" He scooted back from the panel. $5. "What?" I shouted. "You won $1,000. Those nymphs bewitched me. They made me do naughty things, Sabina. Naughty, expensive things." I cursed. Well, how are we supposed to get home now? Ever since I'd arrived in the city, I'd relied on cabs to get around. Consequently, I hadn't really paid attention to little details like street names. But I knew enough to guess $5 wouldn't get us very far. "How about the subway?" Giggle said in a small voice. I glared into the carrier. He cringed back. "I'm just saying." With a disgusted sigh, I swung the bag down roughly. A thump and a "Hey!" followed the move, but I ignored it. Instead, I looked around for another solution. Sure enough, not 20 feet from where I stood, a descending staircase led into the bowels of Manhattan. What was worse, I spotted Strikes sitting on a lamppost nearby. He screeched my name and blinked his red eyes as if in challenge. Awesome. I took off toward the sign like an inmate headed toward death row. It's not that the subway scared me. Being a vampire with secret mage skills and an assassin to boot tended to make one immune to trivial worries like muggings or sex offenders. But for some reason, the idea of sitting in an enclosed tube, barreling through underground tunnels, freaked my shit. I reached the bottom of the stairs and figured out how to pay for a card that would allow me access to the tunnels. Once through the turnstile, though, I entered a labyrinth. At any moment, I expected a freaking minotaur to jump out at me. Instead, I just got jostled by impatient mortals who understood the mysterious caverns. A map covered in multicolored lines hung on the wall. It looked like there was a subway stop right near Britannia Place, so I was in luck. 2 trains went that way, so I mentally flipped a coin and chose the C train. I followed the signs to the track for the C and found myself standing on an empty platform. After the constant barrage of humans and the scent of their blood teasing me, I appreciated the break. "Looks like we're early for the train," I said to Giggle. "Are you sure this is right? Shouldn't there be more people?" I plopped down on a bench. The map said the C will take us almost to Maisie's front door. "Since no one's around, will you let me out of my prison?" I looked around and shrugged. "Okay, but just for a minute." I unzipped the bag. I'd barely finished when Giggle's little bald head appeared. "Freedom!" He took a deep breath. "Ew, it smells like ass down here." I picked him up out of the bag so he could sit on my lap. "Stay." His ears twitched, and he cocked his head to look at me. "I'm not a dog, you know." I laughed. "Sorry. When you're the cat, it's hard to remember you're really a badass demon." He sniffed, making his little nose twitch. "Damn straight, sister. I kicked that defiler's ass tonight." "Yes, you did. Where'd you learn to fight like that? I wouldn't think a mischief demon would have wicked street-fighting skills." He plopped his butt down on my lap. "It's precisely because I'm a mischief that I needed to learn how to fight. Urkala's got this stupid caste system, and we're low on the totem pole. It was either learn to fight or become some lust demon's butt boy, you know." In a weird way, yeah, I kinda do. Granted, I'd never had one of my classmates try to sodomize me, but I understood having to defend myself from bullies. Growing up a mixed blood among vampires wasn't exactly a cakewalk. Despite my own status as the granddaughter of the Alpha Domine, my classmates found plenty of opportunity to remind me I'd never be accepted.
"Sabina," Giggle said, "are you sure this is the right train? Seems like one should have come by now."
You might be right. I rose, ready to put Giggle back in his bag so I could find the A-train platform. Right then, a screech echoed through the tunnel. The hair on the back of my neck prickled. The sound hadn't come from an inbound train. Instead, it sounded suspiciously similar to strikes. I stilled, looking around for the owl, but the tunnels were now eerily quiet. Surely I'd been hearing things. What would an owl be doing down in the subway? Shrugging off the feeling, I reached for the bag. Giggle didn't protest and ducked back inside. I left the top open, figuring he'd feel less confined that way. I'd almost made it to the stairs back up to the entrance when a burst of magical energy hit me from behind. It shoved me forward, tripping on the first step. Out of instinct, I dropped the bag and swiveled, grabbing the gun from my waistband as I went. The demon leaned against a concrete column next to the tracks. His posture was casual, but his appearance sent cold sweat down my back. He was about the same size as Giggle, but that was as far as the similarities went. This guy had black leathery wings with red thorns at the tips. Ram's horns jutted from his forehead and curled back over his massive head. A red leather kilt wrapped around his black hips. Scaly black skin covered the intimidating bulk of his torso and arms. I aimed the gun between his glowing red eyes. "Identify yourself." He chuckled, a low, mocking sound. "You won't live long enough for it to matter." I cocked my head to the side. "Humor me. I am your enemy." He raised a black claw, and a zing of energy sent the gun flying from my grip and into his. Your enemy caught and crushed the metal in one claw. My stomach twisted with fear. Vampires or mages I could handle, but demons were almost impossible to kill. And I knew enough about demon summoning to know I couldn't banish him without a circle. Giggle?"
"What?"
Giggle hissed from behind the trash can where he'd taken cover. "Demon form, now!" The trash can he was behind flew across the platform, and a puff of smoke signaled his change from cat into demon. Your enemy's red eyes moved from me to Giggle. I smiled. "Say hello to my little demon friend." "Get him, Giggle." Giggle growled and launched at the other demon. He barely made it 3 steps before your enemy launched a bolt of demon magic that sent Giggle's body flying into a column. He bounced off the concrete, leaving it cracked, and flopped to the ground. I ran over and knelt next to him. He groaned and opened his eyes. The horizontal pupils dilated and expanded as he shook off the daze. My smugness melted away in favor of fear. If Giggle couldn't touch your enemy, what chance did I have? As I tried to help Giggle up, your enemy threw back his head and laughed. The sound shook the walls around us. "Stupid girl," your enemy sneered. "Did you really think a pitiful mischief demon could defeat the Duke of Death?" I looked at Giggle and mouthed, "Duke of Death?" For the first time since I'd known him, I saw real fear in Giggle's eyes. He nodded.
"He's right, Sabina. There's no way I can beat him. He's too strong."
I clenched my teeth and took a deep breath. No way was I going down like this, killed on a subway platform by a demon wearing a kilt. Bullshit. We can do this together. Giggle shook his head sadly.
"There's no way."
"Listen to your minion, Chosen. Accept your fate." "Like hell." I narrowed my eyes and crouched low, ready to fight for our lives. The familiar surge of adrenaline coursed through me. I might die tonight, but I'd die doing something I loved. Before I could take 2 steps, your enemy hit me with a ball of something that short-circuited my brain and left every nerve ending on fire. I collapsed into a heap on the ground, totally helpless.
"Sabina, no!"
Giggle's voice sounded far away, like he was speaking through a tin can attached to a string. I tried to open my eyes, but I didn't have the power. I felt like millions of fire ants swarmed over my skin. They burrowed into my brain, my stomach, my throat. Vaguely, I heard the sounds of a struggle. An enraged roar broke through the haze. Through the pain, I felt the air shift. A blast of heat and energy washed over my sensitive skin. I curled up against the onslaught of sensation. I raised my hands to block out what sounded like 2 freight trains colliding nearby. Lost in my own agony, I didn't notice when the tunnel went silent. I groaned as the world shifted. A rhythmic rocking motion followed. The movement intensified the pain, but I was helpless to stop it. A panicked voice yelled at me to hold on. Chapter 17. So this is death. Sabina? That voice, vaguely familiar, yet echoed as if the owner spoke through a tunnel. Wake up! Can't. I'm dead. Open your eyes, damn it! A sting on my cheek. I swatted at the annoying prickle of pain. I didn't want to feel anything anymore. I prayed for numbness to wrap me in its ambivalent arms. Get her some blood. Yes, blood. Stick it under her nose. Pour it in my mouth. The ferric scent of blood tickled my nose. My gums throbbed. My fangs pricked my tongue, followed by the coppery taste of my own blood. She's coming around. My face scrunched against the light coming through my eyelids. For a moment, I saw the pink spiderweb veins there. Someone wrenched my lid open. I jerked away, hissing at the unholy bright light. Come on, open up for me. Fingers dug into my jaw, forcing my mouth open. Then my throat filled with the pool of blood. Choking, I fought against my captor. Swallow! The mass of liquid forged a painful path down my throat. Once it cleared my airway, I jerked up, coughing and sputtering. My eyes flew open. At first, all I saw was a wall of white light. I blinked against the pain. Then slowly, I could make out shadowed figures leaning over me. Consciousness was a blessing and a curse. Blessing because I knew I was alive. Curse because I wished I were dead. My skin sizzled with pain, like I'd bathed in acid. Someone screamed. Me? Must have been, because my throat suddenly burned along with the rest of me. Is there anything you can do to stop it? A male voice. Orpheus? No, the first voice said. The spell he used was meant to paralyze her. It won't kill her. But right about now she probably wishes it would. Can you ease her pain? Despite my pain and confusion, I recognized this voice was Maisie's. Something clicked in my fevered brain, and I tried to speak, to beg Maisie for help, but no words came out. The best thing I can do for her right now is knock her out again, the first female said. Rhea. The blood we just gave her will help her body fight off the spell, but it will work faster if she's not also fighting the pain. When she wakes up, I can give her something to regain her strength, but until then we have to just wait for it to run its course. Maisie sighed. Okay. I tried to struggle, not because I didn't want an end to the pain, but because there was one voice I hadn't heard. Where was Giggle? But my struggles were useless. My body had become my prison. A new, intense pinch of pain came from somewhere near my elbow. Blessed unconsciousness descended. You're one lucky lady, Rhea said cheerfully. I glared at her, feeling anything but. My extremities still prickled like they'd fallen asleep. My skin was sensitive even to the slightest breeze. I was so weak I couldn't lift my arms, and my head hurt so bad even the slightest light made my eyes feel like they would explode. Rhea sat on the edge of the bed. Her smooth, cool hands picked up my wrist to check my pulse. She kept her eyes on her watch for a moment and then set my hand down again with a nod. You'll be up and around in no time." She gave my arm a little pat. I gritted my teeth together. My fangs were throbbing. "I need blood." Rhea patiently smiled, as if she was used to dealing with surly patients. "We're having some delivered." "Not the bag shit. I need fresh." "Not possible. Even if we'd allow it, you're too weak to subdue anyone long enough to bite them. Besides, bagged blood is just as nutritious as the fresh stuff." I wanted to yell, but I didn't have the energy for a losing battle. As much as I hated the taste of Maisie's bagged blood, it was more important that I regain my energy fast. But since I had to wait for even that, I figured I'd get some answers. "Where's Gigul?" "He's resting. The fight with your enemy took a lot out of him." I digested this. Relief he was alive flooded me, followed by awe. Somehow, Gigul had managed to defeat your enemy and carried my body out of harm's way despite his own injuries. I owed that demon my life. "Is he wounded?" "Yes, but not gravely. He just needs rest." "He killed your enemy." "Not a question. I figured that was the only way Gigul could have gotten us out of there in one piece." Rhea shook her head. "No. He threw him in front of a train and hauled ass before your enemy could untangle himself from the wreckage." A prickle of fear skittered down my back. "He's still on the loose?" "I don't think so. Whoever summoned him probably sent him back to Urkala after he failed." I swallowed and asked the question I'd been avoiding. "A mage sent him?" Rhea paused, her expression grave. "Yes. Only a powerful mage could summon a demon of that magnitude and control him outside a circle." I tamped down the emotions this revelation brought up. Anger, frustration, fear. "Any idea who?" I tried to keep my tone casual, but it broke on the last word. Rhea sat down again, her demeanor reassuring. "Not yet. But Maisie and Orpheus have the guards investigating. We'll find whoever did this, and they will be punished." We both knew her words were hollow. Any mage powerful enough to pull off something like this would also be smart enough to cover their tracks. But they sounded nice. "Do you have any idea why a mage would be out to get you?" Rhea asked evenly. I snorted. "I could ask you the same question. I have a long list of enemies, but I didn't think I'd been here long enough to actively recruit any mages to it." Rhea opened her mouth to respond, but Maisie ducked her head inside the door with Damara behind her carrying a cooler. "You're awake. How are you feeling?" Maisie asked, rushing to my side. "Shitty, but I'll live." Maisie smiled, but worry hovered behind her eyes. "Thank Goddess for that." "Sabina and I were just discussing the whys of the situation," Rhea said. Maisie grimaced. "Sabina, don't worry about all that right now. You need to focus on getting better." I knew she was just worried, but her "don't worry your little head" demeanor bugged me. "Maisie, I'm fine." She shot me a look that implied otherwise. I frowned at her. "Fine, I'm a little weak. Once I get some blood in me, I'll be good as new." I shot a significant glance at the cooler in Damara's hands. The girl stood so quietly, I'd almost forgotten about her. But I hadn't forgotten about the blood. "Regardless, you have to believe we're doing everything in our power to find out who's responsible." As she spoke, Maisie motioned Damara forward. The girl handed Maisie 2 pints of blood. I watched her movements eagerly, even as I steeled myself to argue with Maisie. "Thanks, Damara," I said. The girl nodded curtly as she set down the cooler. "Damara, will you please go check on Gigul?" Rhea said. The girl hesitated. "Are you sure you don't need my help here? I could clean up this mess." She motioned to medical supplies and potion bottles littering the room. Rhea shook her head. "I have it under control. Make sure Gigul has plenty of ice, please." I'm not sure if Damara understood why Rhea wanted her to go, but I did. No doubt my discussion with Maisie was about to get pretty heated, and the fewer witnesses to that, the better. The girl paused, looking like she wanted to argue more, but under Rhea's decisive gaze, she finally nodded. "Tell Giggle I'll be in to check on him soon," I said, as she made her way to the door. She didn't look at me as she jerked her head in the affirmative and left. Once she was gone, I turned back to Maisie. "No offense, Maisie, but someone sent that demon to kill me. In case you've forgotten, killing is my game, and I'll be damned if I'm going to sit on the sidelines." Maisie paused in the process of pouring a pint into a glass. She looked at me for a few moments. I stayed silent as she weighed her options. I'd stated my case, and arguing further would lessen its impact. Maisie might not have known me as well as she'd like, but she knew my background. The mage who'd sent Eurynomy after me fucked up big time. If they'd been smart, they'd have sent someone who didn't hesitate to kill. Someone who didn't play games with their victims. You want to kill an assassin? You get the job done. The fact I'd escaped death meant only one thing. I wouldn't rest until the mage who tried to kill me was killed. And if that mage was as good as Rhea claimed, they had to know that. Which meant Eurynomy's attack wouldn't be an isolated incident. Finally, Maisie sighed and stuck a straw into the glass. I grabbed it and pulled out the straw. Then I tipped back the glass. I was ravenous, so hungry the cold, tinny taste barely registered. While I drained the glass, Maisie started talking. "Sabina, I know you're angry. I know you want revenge. But the situation is complicated. You have to understand. We have laws and protocol we have to follow. Besides attempting to murder the sister of the council's leader, this mage is also responsible for the death of dozens of humans who died on the train that crashed into Eurynomy. We managed to cover up the incident so the mortal authorities didn't catch on to the supernatural aspects of the wreck. But the council wants to bring this mage to justice. You can't just run out and start shooting my people. We'll investigate, track down the responsible party, and then make sure justice is served. And we'll do so without more innocents getting caught in the crossfire." I lowered the glass and heaved a big sigh. Gotta save me from the mage moral code. For them, everything had the gray tinge of moral relativism. But I'd grown up in a world of black and white, an eye for an eye, a bullet for a bullet. Plus, back in L.A., a few dead mortals wouldn't have warranted a discussion. To vampires, that was no different than flies lying dead on sticky paper. But here was the rub. I had zero clue who was after me. I didn't even know more than a handful of mages, and those not very well. I needed the council's resources, but to use them, I had to play by the council's rules. Maisie held out a hand for the empty glass, ready to refill it. Frustrated, I shook my head and grabbed the bag of blood from her hand. My fangs ripped into the bag's silicone walls. I squeezed with my hand, forcing the blood to spray into my mouth. The cold liquid filled my gut, making it feel slushy. But soon enough, my cells would go to work. They'd work as hard as my brain was, trying to find a way to get around the council. "If I might make a suggestion," Rhea said quietly. Maisie and I turned to her. She came forward, looking thoughtful. "Let the guards do their job." I opened my mouth to argue, but she held up a hand. "In the meantime, use this. Harness all that restless anger and need for action and channel it into your magic lessons." I tossed the empty bag on the table with a huff. "If I'm going to work off my restless anger, as you call it, I'd be better off entering Slade's Fight Club. At least then I'd be able to punch something." Rhea cocked an eyebrow. "Child, you haven't even begun to know the physicality of harnessing serious magic. Summoning demons? Child's play compared to what you'll be able to do once you tap into your chthonic powers." I narrowed my gaze and watched Rhea. She looked convinced of what she was saying. If she was right, I might be able to fight fire with fire the next time the mysterious mage came after me. I had to admit the idea appealed. "Okay, fine." I looked at Maisie. "But I want updates. You get any leads, I want to know about it." Maisie nodded. Rhea wasn't done, however. I should warn you that if we're going to ramp up your training, I'll expect long hours and total commitment. We don't have time to waste with you arguing about my methods. Already the blood was working its own magic. My skin no longer crawled. My headache eased and my stomach settled. I itched to get out of the bed and move, and now Rhea had offered me a focus for all the energy building in my muscles. I was almost praying she'd put me through the ringer to keep my mind occupied while the council waded through its own red tape. My lips curled into a smile. Sounds good. I turned to Maisie. You got any more blood in that thing? An hour later, I felt almost good as new. 4 pints of blood and having a goal did wonders for my energy. I knocked on Giggle's door softly. I needed to thank him for saving my life, but part of me hoped he was asleep. Gratitude wasn't a familiar emotion for me. Generally, I avoided asking for or needing help as much as possible. Back in LA, this approach wasn't difficult, since most vampires wouldn't help a mixed blood anyway. But ever since my life got turned upside down, I'd found myself in a position to need help again and again. Not that I'd admit it out loud. In fact, up until tonight's near-death experience, I'd managed to brush off the help Adam or anyone else had given me as unwanted or unneeded after the fact.
Yeah?
Giggle's voice sounded through the door, weaker than it should have been. I cracked open the door and peeked inside. You up for company? A lump in the bed shifted, accompanied by the sound of sheets sliding together and a soft gasp.
As long as you aren't going to yell at me.
I frowned and moved farther into the room. Why would I do that? As I got closer, my eyes adjusted to the darkened room. Giggle rested against a mound of pillows with the covers pulled up to his chin. The bed was too short for his 7-foot frame, so his hooves jutted from the bottom of the covers and hung off the end of the bed. He looked pitiful. He shrugged and wouldn't meet my eyes.
It's my fault you got hurt.
My eyebrows shot together and my eyes narrowed. No, it's not. Why would you think something dumb like that? He relaxed a fraction, presumably because I hadn't started shouting. His eyes moved in my direction, but he still wouldn't meet my gaze directly.
You told me to fight your enemy, and I failed.
I couldn't believe he was blaming himself for that. Giggle, you saved us. When it happened doesn't matter. And as your master or whatever, I forbid you to blame yourself, especially when you're the one who's still injured. He finally looked at me then. The gratitude I saw there made me want to squirm. I hadn't done anything except state the facts. I changed the subject. So what's hurt exactly? Giggle cringed.
It's embarrassing.
More embarrassing than getting shot in the ass? He nodded gravely. I promise I won't make fun of you. He looked unsure.
Swear it.
I rolled my eyes and made a cross-my-heart gesture.
Okay, see, it's like this. Your enemy is a big dude, right? Probably as heavy as the train that crashed into him.
I nodded. He was exaggerating, of course, but I got his drift. Sure. I swear I saw a faint spot of pink appear on his cheeks.
Well, it seems during our fight, your enemy hit me with a spell to weaken my healing ability and lower my resistance to injury.
I rotated my hand in the air. The suspense was killing me. Giggle inhaled and closed his eyes. Then, on the exhalation, he rushed ahead.
When I threw him, well, I pulled my nutsack.
I stared at him in shocked silence. A laugh bubbled up in my throat. I didn't speak, knowing it would escape if I tried. I swallowed and focused on keeping my features schooled into a sympathetic expression. Faced with silence, Giggle forged ahead.
Rhea said the official name is scrotal hernia.
A snort escaped. Giggle's head shot up and his eyes narrowed. I held my breath, but my lips trembled from the effort.
You said you wouldn't laugh. Giggle crossed his arms and glared.
I shook my head and tried to look innocent. His voice took on a serious paternal tone.
Testicle injuries are no laughing matter, Sabina.
That did it. Laughter exploded from me, so forceful I doubled over with it.
Hey!
I didn't respond. I was too busy holding my sides. On some level, I understood it wasn't nice to laugh at his injury since he got it trying to save me. But I couldn't help it.
You're an ass,
he declared finally. He crossed his arms indignantly, but his wince ruined the effect. Realizing he was actually in pain, I struggled to get a hold of myself. I wiped the tears from my eyes and took a deep breath. Sorry. He nodded regally, obviously still offended. Now I felt really bad. I was so used to Giggle never taking anything seriously, it was easy to forget he had feelings. What can I do to make it up to you? Do you need an ice pack or something?
Nah. Tamara brought me ice earlier.
He pursed his black lips and narrowed his eyes, seeing an opportunity.
But there is one thing that might make me feel better.
I tilted my head. What?
You could agree to let me fight at Vane on a regular basis.
My mouth fell open. You've got to be joking. How are you going to fight with your issue? I nodded vaguely toward his crotch. He shrugged.
Rhea said I should be back in fighting shape in the next day or so.
I leaned back, crossing my arms. I don't know, G. He rushed ahead.
I know you don't like Slade, but he's not so bad.
I held up a hand. It's not about Slade. I paused to judge whether this statement was true, and decided it was. Slade and I had come to an understanding of sorts.
Then what?
I shifted uneasily in my chair. Truth was, seeing Giggle lying in bed, injured, brought out my protective instincts. I might have laughed at the specific type of injury, but I didn't like that he was in pain. The impression I got was he'd barely been able to beat your enemy. If that train hadn't come, or a dozen other what-ifs, Giggle might be dead. Sure, he'd defeated the Defiler demon, but what if the next one was stronger? I'm not sure how to say this without injuring your manhood, I began. Giggle cringed. But I don't want you to fight because I don't want you to get hurt. He opened his mouth to argue, but I held up a hand. Let me finish. Have you thought about what would happen if you lost? When you beat the Defiler, his handler sent him back to Urkala, right?
Yeah, but that's different. Those handlers summon demons specifically for the fights. When they lose, the handlers have no use for them anymore, so they're sent back.
I narrowed my eyes. If that's all, why does the last rule state no mercy?
Don't know. My best guess is they're sent to the pit of despair for punishment.
Seeing my narrowed eyes at that little tidbit, he rushed ahead.
But I'm your minion, so that would never happen.
I grimaced. Still, I don't like it. Giggle rubbed his chin for a moment.
Would you like to have an income?
I frowned. What?
He sat up a little straighter. Think about it. I can fight, and you can manage me. We'll be like Rocky and that old dude.
I rolled my eyes. The old dude wasn't his manager, Giggle. He was his coach.
Same difference. Admit it, it makes sense.
I started to shake my head, but he forged ahead.
I get to have some fun, and you get your money problem solved.
I had to admit to myself this plan appealed far more than cracking skulls for Slade. Granted, in this scenario, Slade was still in the equation, but only indirectly. The truth was, I'd need an income sooner or later. I couldn't live with Maisie forever, doing nothing more productive than taking magic lessons. Eventually, I'd need to get my own place in the city or move on to somewhere else. Both of these options required money. The other issue here was more complex. If Giggle wanted to fight and knew the risks, who was I to tell him no? The minion subject was one I avoided dissecting too closely. Giggle seemed to believe he was my minion, or familiar, or whatever, which was why he was asking permission. Granted, I usually bossed him around when he needed it. But this Fight Club thing had nothing to do with me, not really. And when it came down to it, I considered Giggle more of a sidekick than a minion. And sidekicks had free will. So as much as I hated it, I couldn't stop him. Okay, you have my blessing, but I refuse to take half of your winnings. You're the one fighting, so you should keep most of the money. You can pay me a cut, say 20%. I could see he wanted to argue, but he just won a battle and didn't want to push it.
Sounds like a deal to me.
He stretched out a claw to shake on it, but stopped short as a grimace spread across his face. Taking pity on him, I rose and leaned across the bed to complete the formality.
Thanks,
he said. I held his gaze for a moment, my hand clasped in his claw. I should be the one thanking you. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile.
We'll call it even.
I snorted. He'd saved my life and gotten himself injured in the process. I'd just given him permission to, potentially, get his ass kicked. Hardly a fair trade. But I could tell from the look in his eyes he didn't want me to wax poetic about his bravery and personal sacrifice. But he did want something. What is it? I asked, willing to do almost anything he asked.
I need the bedpan and some help.
Almost anything.
Except help him use a bedpan.
I ran to the door. Rhea!
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.